everybody! Hi, how's it going? Welcome to a new campaign of Manifest Actual Play. Oh my god, let's start it off with the fact that y'all been dropping gift subs while we're sitting here in the intro music. New song, by the way, by the one and only Seth Lilly. I will tell you the name of the song later.
You can't know the name right now.
So 10 gifted subs from Chris, and then Argelam resubbed as well. We got Argelam in the chat, we got Kyle in the chat, we got Chris in the chat, we got Boo in the chat, and also I'm particularly excited because we have Kate May in the chat. Hey, y'all know all the fucking dope character art that we've had during all of these seasons of this campaign? It's her! She's the one! Hi, Kate! We love you! There is new character art for the new characters in this season, and we're going to jump into that very soon here. We won't keep you guys waiting too long on that because we're extremely excited to show it. But Kate May, the official artist of the stream, is here. Guys, go check out her stuff now. Go there now. I pull it up. Kate May art.
Well, Tommy pulls it up.
I pull
Kate,
that up.
The art's so good. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Art's so good is the thing about it.
There it is. It's in the chat. Go. She's amazing. I mean, not the art for this, but the art for the her art. Okay, I'm starstruck. Okay, so obviously new layout, new campaign. We are testing out these captions here. We'll see how they perform. But before we jump into the actual play, before we meet the new characters, before we start this new campaign, I'm going to draw some attention away from myself and toss it over to these four beautiful people, one of which is a chair right now. We have Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, Dan Barron, and Addie Gia's chair.
It's a good chair.
It is a good chair. You guys have stuff to talk about, so talk about the stuff, and then we will look at the cool art.
Yeah. All right. So as you may or may not know, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. So for the next couple of weeks, our charity is going to be the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They envision a world where all people affected by mental illness live healthy, fulfilling lives, supported by a community that cares. And between now and midnight on May 31st, any gifts that you make will be matched by the Hartford up to a total of $200,000. So if you have the space or the time or the cashola to support life-saving work for people with mental health conditions, you can check out the link for NAMI. That is probably already down there now. Hey, yeah, excellent. They're a fantastic organization, so support them if you can. And I'm going to bring the attention to the next beautiful person that one of which is no longer a chair. Hey.
One of which is a chair.
You'll never know which of us is a chair.
I don't know. Dan's looking pretty sus. Hey, everybody. It's me, Roman, back here to talk to y'all about the stream that you're here and you're watching. Season 3. We're so excited. We've got the characters are good and the art is good and we're gonna have fun stuff planned for y'all. I'm so excited about it. I can't wait to get to it. First, talking to y'all about these gift subs y'all are dropping, which are amazing. We really appreciate it. All the support that y'all give, the bits, everything y'all do to support the stream. We really appreciate it. It helps us improve the quality of the stream, get on guests, make sure our equipment's good and right, get stuff like wonderful art for our characters. So we really appreciate that support. As a quick note, if you've got Amazon Prime, you get a free subscription on Twitch, and if you don't use it, say it with me, class, Jeff Bezos licks it and puts it in his pocket. So go ahead and give it to us. We appreciate that support. We appreciate you all for being here. Thank you so much. And now, as always, I will toss it over to the wonderful chair and inhabitant of the wonderful chair, Addie Gia.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I had to run away. I forgot I had food cooking. It is fine. We're all safe. The house didn't burn down. Amazing. So I am here to talk to you about our Patreon. Waypoint Game Designs has a Patreon, patreon.com/Waypoint Game Designs. If you become a patron, you get a behind the scenes look every month about what's going on and some cool insights into the workings of Manifest with our Drifters Monthly Roundup. You also get an adventure and also access to a extra special Discord channel. Those of you who are patrons had the opportunity to get a sneak peek at the art before it's going live tonight, so you've already gotten a glimpse. So if you're interested, there are a bunch of different levels. You can become a patron and get in on the ground floor of this amazing thing. I don't know, I felt like an MLM sort of speech, so I felt like I needed to do some like girl bossing. I don't know. Anyway.
We're the crypto of Patreon.
Oh no.
Bad for the environment, and only one of us gets rich.
Amazing. Also, all of you who are doing this amazing, all these gifted subs. I can't
happening?
even. My brain is broken.
We're at 850% of a level 5 hype train. Holy shit. We missed you guys too.
Category 5 hype train coming our way.
We missed you. We love you. We're so grateful for you just being here, let alone all of the contributions that you're giving to us. It's mind-blowingly amazing. And this is a great place to start because even though we've been doing this for a couple of years, this is the beginning of the next season. So hopefully most, if not all, of the stuff that you need to know will be exposited during the first couple of episodes. And in addition, if you want to go back and catch up, we have the first 2 seasons completely on both the Essential NPCs podcast feed and on YouTube. So
the podcast feed is not complete. The YouTube is.
Okay. So go to the YouTube for the last couple episodes, but the podcast is mostly there.
I don't know if I'd say that.
97, 12.
We're releasing weekly, so it's going to be a little slow.
It exists.
It exists. You can listen to it.
You can listen to it.
It's like the crypto of podcast feeds.
Shush
bad
your
for
face.
the environment, and only one of us gets rich.
Amazing. And now I'm going to, I believe, toss it over to our illustrious GM so he can lie.
No. We're going to get to the lying later. First off, what the hell? Y'all just did 1,040% of a level 5 hype train.
This is nuts.
Kyle, Chris, Random Jerk, Argalam, Boo.
Y'all.
Jesus. Did I miss anybody? Y'all are insane.
I gotta call out, it's been lost in the sea of subs. Argalam says hype speed rail, which is just good.
That's very good. That's very good.
Oh my god. Holy shit, you guys. That's insane. You guys are insane. Oh look, it censors me saying shit. That's fun.
It does sound
You can't say curses to the subtitles.
You
can
can
say some curses.
Ass. You can say ass. Ass.
That's good. That's good for me to know because I will say fucking and shit a bunch. And there we go. Perfect. It all works. So anyways, holy fucking shit. Fucking what the fuck, guys? Wow. Thank you all so much. You guys are insane. Well, what a way to launch off season 3. I'm not going to leave you guys waiting any longer. We're going to look at this amazing character art from the one and only Kate May here in the chat with us. Kate, we love the art so much. So let's go ahead and share it. Let's meet the 4 new drifters walking into this campaign. And then we'll give you guys a little story and we'll start the actual play. So let's all just transport our minds to the world of Manifest and observe this absolutely stellar character art from Kate May. Let's go!
Tommy told us he would scream when we were doing sound checks, and he gave a reason that didn't make any sense.
And now you know.
I understand why.
So you may have all noticed in our border here, there's this little like dip, this little like circle dip that's missing in everyone's little border, and that's because we have little cameos. Boop. There we go. So we have Seth Lilly playing Cleve. We have Roman Mylan playing Paige. We have Dan Barron playing Max, and we have Addie Gia playing Franny. And I'm updating the carousel now. So now you guys will be able to see in a little bit, their stats will roll through. You'll get to see what their histories and their paths are. Holy absolute shit, Kay. Thank you so much for this. You can DoorDash, you say.
Seth, what are you doing?
I know.
Y'all. There we go. We have our 4 characters. Cleve, Paige, Max, Franny. And as they roll through, you're going to start to see right here, they all are a family. That's right. We are following 4 drifters who are all a family. We have Cleve and Paige, the parents, and Max and Franny, the twin children. I mean, children. They're 28, but always children in your heart. Isn't that right, Paige and Cleve?
Sure are.
All right. So, y'all, there it is. All the group shot. Perfect. We are going to be entering into campaign 3, and now I do want to talk to you a little bit about what you can do with your channel points, which we call viewer grit. If you look up here in each of our corners, you will see there is a number, and that is how much grit we all have. Grit is an expendable resource in Manifest, the RPG, that allows you to manipulate roles that are important to you, and make sure that things go a certain way. So as the GM, you can use grit to raise the stakes against the players, make things harder for them, and inversely, the players can make sure that the thing that they're really, really attempting to do pays off by using grit, or they get one really solid blow and those kinds of things. You as viewers actually have the ability to give grit to any of the players as well as the GM. And if you can't see it right now, I suggest you refresh your page, because during the character art intro, I had to turn on the channel point redemption for all of these, so I didn't pre-leak the character names and art. Also, if you are one of the many people who just got a tier 1 sub, you should have access to some new emotes, which you again may need to do a refresh in order to access. I hope they'll show up. I don't see them on my end, but that's probably just because OBS is behind the times. So they're rolling in right now. I see all of these grit redemptions. This is perfect. So those of you who are familiar with this stream, you'll notice that the cost for grit for the players has gone down. It used to be 1,500 and now it's 1,400. So it's cheaper. And also there used to be harsher limitations on how much grit players could get each session. It used to be, I think they could only get like 4 maximum across all the people in chat, and now they can get, I think, up to 8 maximum throughout the session. And you as a viewer can I think give grit twice to each individual person before you're locked out. So that's fantastic. You can absolutely wait, why is the +1 grit to Porter still an option?
Yeah. I tried to send you a message and hoped no one would notice, but honestly, this is so much better.
Yeah, let's make sure Porter has a grit just in case.
Thank you, Fiddler Undone.
Turn that off.
Keeping him alive beyond his storyline.
Oh wait, it's because it actually is. It says it's +1 grit to Porter, but it is actually a picture of Cleve, and the description says lend Cleve a hand.
Yes.
So this is fantastic. Okay,
amazing.
I have
Y'all
fixed
can't
that.
understand how astronomically bad Seth rolled last season. Just improbably bad.
Yeah. It's okay. New character, new luck. So that's hilarious. So yeah, 1400. It's 100 off. You'll also notice that
tell him the fucking lie over here, Tommy.
You'll also notice that you can give grit to the GM, and that is a number that is lower than 1400.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh my God, Kate's the first. Use the emotes. Kate's used the emotes. Yeah, okay, the emotes are working. I see Boo and Kate managed to drop those emotes. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, so the GM can also receive grit from you. So if you want me to be able to raise the stakes against the players, to make life like harder and make the tension bigger, you can give grit to me, and it's cheaper. It's maybe some might say significantly cheaper for you to do that. I will say there is a limit to how much grit I am actually capable of spending in one session. In the instance where I am bombed with a bunch of grit, I'll probably let it carry over so your channel points don't go to waste. But let's not make a habit of it. Otherwise, I'll feel really bad for how cheap I made it. Okay, so let's walk through these. I have +1 grit to the GM from Chris. He says, "Lie to me, BB." So I'm at 9. +1 grit to Paige, +1 grit to Paige. So that's 2 right now for Paige, which is from Kyle and Boo, who is attempting. They were attempting to even it out apparently. So that's 2 to Paige. So Paige is at 6 now. +1 grit to Franny from Boo, saying "For my girl Franny."
Thank you.
+1 grit to Cleve. If you go scroll back in the chat, it will say +1 grit to Porter, but in my managed rewards, it says Cleve now. To go to.
I like to think that grit does make it to Porter.
Yeah. Wherever Porter is, he also gets a grit. Okay, cool. What the hell?
Yeah.
Chris just dropped an insane amount of bits so that he could unlock the scruff emote for himself.
He made the right decision.
Everybody.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure.
Oh my God.
The people might like us, but the people love Scruff.
Scruff's a star.
Wow. Yeah. The emotes have been changed a little bit. To make room for the new characters, the other characters have been made more rare. And then also, you'll notice there's an animated misfire. In addition to the normal misfire, there's a misfire that flashes different colors.
Amazing.
So, we won't need that though. Surely we won't need that. No. Okay.
Seth.
So
I heard
letting
you.
them roll dice this campaign.
I heard you. It's gonna come up. It'll be fine.
So it is time. It is time to move on and move into campaign 3 of Manifest Actual Play. Okay. So I'm going to bring up here a map of Manifest. Just so you guys can kind of refresh yourself on what Manifest looks like. It should take over the entire screen. There we go. Oh, it's actually so big that you can't even see all of it. So let me fix that.
Notably, I assume the part that's pretty important for you to see.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. So it's a little wonky in this way, but that's okay. So you can see there's the Badlands, which covers up a significant amount. Hi, you can see my hand here. The Badlands, which you can see covers up a significant amount of the map. And then there's the Garden, that is about a third of the planet. And then the southern pole that Lake Jacobson goes into is called the Wastes. And the northern pole, which is the northern tundra, is just above the Garden there. You can kind of soak it all in. Waypoint is on the border between the Badlands and the Garden. If you ask a Badlander, that is going to be the Eastern Badlands. And if you ask a Gardener, that will be the Western Badlands, because the Garden thinks about things in relation to itself. Okay, so this story begins in the Wastes, in a small town called Fenton. Fenton is a relatively unremarkable settlement. It is a proper settlement in the Markham's Landing territory. It has basically just like 2 roads that pass through it, a handful of buildings. It has a saloon called the Big Jaw Saloon. There's a blacksmith, a butcher. They have a triptych church, a stable, a hotel, a smoke shop, a bank, and a barber shop. And that's about all Fenton has to offer, save for one specific thing that does actually make it a little special, and it's part of the reason why some people settled here. So Fenton exists in the Waste. It is in the kind of like northeastern part of the Waste, nearby south of the Bonesaw Mountains, but in a part of the Waste that's at least less marshy than other parts of the Waste comparatively. It's still very wet, very much like grassy fens and waterways and so on here in the Wastes. It's also typically oppressively hot in the Wastes because Manifest has a very strange and peculiar orbit around its sun where the southern pole is always slightly tipped towards the sun. So the southern pole is actually always the hottest place on the planet, and the northern pole is always the coldest place on the planet. Now, what this leads to is an astronomical event on the planet of Manifest that is referred to by the locals as Fire Nights. It is when it is in the deepest part of the winter when the planet is at its coldest, and the pressure that has built up on the poles finally breaks, and massive amounts of cold, stormy winds blow south. And just like decimate the planet with horrible storms, big wind, lots of snow and ice. In like the northern hemisphere, like they get actual full-on like snowstorms and horrible winds. And in the Wastes, it's never freezing in the Wastes, but for the Wastes, it is in fact quite cold. Like you'll get temperatures as low as like 50-40 degrees at sometimes. And most notably, due to the massive amount of astronomical or atmospheric shenaniganry that's happening on the planet, the Wastes become like just riddled with horrible, rough, extremely dangerous storms with extremely high winds, horrible like electrical events and heavy downpours of rains, flooding all around. Only the most sturdy of towns survive, and a lot of those storms build up over Lake Jacobson before they slam into the Wastes, which is notably bad because Lake Jacobson is horribly toxic. And that is why primarily the Waste is called the Waste. It is very wet. It gets a lot of storms that blow off of Lake Jacobson throughout the year, and then off like a whole lot over Fire Night. And those storms tend to carry a lot of toxic, corrosive elements of Manifest's like ecosystem and just dumps them in the Waste. So the Waste is full of like, basically, I believe the term, I know for sure Addie knows if I will say this wrong. This is non-potable water, correct? The Waste is full of non-potable water for the most part. There are definitely some cleaner parts of the Wastes, but one of the struggles of people who live in the Waste is just finding clean drinking water because so much of the water is non-potable. The people of Fenton, though, do not have that problem because they have a strange, naturally occurring spring of purely fresh water that sits on a hill just on the southwestern corner of town. That is where they get all of their drinking water. As far as like people in the Waste go, and there's also a lot of people just around the planet. Like Fenton actually has access to more easy access to clean water than other people. To that end, like they don't have a public bathhouse because people are able to like make their own bath water pretty easily just by going up to the spring. Stuff like that. And that is why Fenton was settled. It is not really blown up or anything. It's not a massive enough spring for it to be like a boom town or anything. And there's not really like like a mining apparatus around here. The Bonesaw Mountains are still way too far north for there to be a very big boom here in Fenton. But it is a nice, quaint town that at least has one thing going for it, which is this spring. And otherwise, it is home to just like a couple hundred, maybe at like the busiest time of the year, people who just live simple lives here in the wastes. So we are going to start this campaign with the sheriff of Fenton, Franny Kumilican Wills. Franny, it is the lead up to Fire Night. It's already Fire Nights. It's already like the storms have begun. And they are getting worse. And you know, over the next 4 days leading up to Fire Night proper, the storms are going to get like exponentially worse basically every day. Now, traditionally throughout Manifest, there is a holiday during Fire Night where people are expected to let people into their homes and provide for each other. And basically the entire planet hunkers down during this stormy season, and also on Fire Night proper, like no one's outside. If you're outside, it's almost a death sentence depending on where you are. Sometimes you can like, people have survived Fire Night, but it's like going out into a hurricane and being okay. It's like, okay, well that worked out for you, but you should not do that. And so Fenton is well into its way of like repairing damages from some of the harsher storms that have hit already, as well as prepping for what you know will be even harsher storms yet to come over the next few days. You got an LRC a little bit ago, letting you know that the local nomad pack, the Flywheelers, should be arriving today if all goes according to plan. And that is where you will be reunited with your mother and father, Paige and Cleve, who are members of the Flywheeler nomad pack. The town itself, very wet, very muddy. Some small damages. People are already, as you start your day, you already hear some people working. You know that the general store, for which you are the proprietor, is just getting busier and busier as people get more and more supplies. Ultimately, it's not the worst like Fire Nights you've had by any stretch of like your history here. But it is bad, and it's bad stormy weather. Right now, mercifully, it's only a slight drizzle. The winds are not whipping around horribly. It seems like you are having a relatively calm morning. You think this day might be one of the nicer days before the next 3 days start just getting heavier and heavier with the storms. So Franny, how do you start off your day as the sheriff of Waypoint, or not Waypoint, of Fenton, the other name of a different town?
Right. So I have a sort of veritable laundry list of things to do. Fenton ain't necessarily the most violent of places. Mostly it's just talking people down from whatever their emotions that are running high. And on up to Fire Night, it's always a little bit, there's always a little bit of raised emotions. So I'm just going to make the rounds. I also did want to do a quick check to make sure that Byron, the butcher, is back. One, because I care, and two, because I promised that I would cook, and I do not know how. So I will meander towards that direction, but I wanted to stop and make sure that Katie's fine at the general store before, because she opened up today before heading out. So I just pop my head quick in there make sure everything's fine.
Sure. So your house is on the side street off of the main street. That you actually live down the hill, like across the way from the church. So you are able to exit, head south down towards where you said Katie at the general store. You're just checking in at the general store too.
Yeah. He is.
So on that walk, you actually are right nearby both the stables and the butcher shop. BFB Butchers is like one of your neighbors, basically. And you see that the sign is still up in Byron's shop that says, "On the hunt, be back before fire night."
I don't love that for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, you definitely would have. He's done this before, especially in preparation for fire nights, like because the Nomad Pack does come into town and then stay in town, uncharacteristically for a Nomad Pack to stop. But even nomads have to honor the fire nights. It's kind of crazy that the flywheelers are out there right now.
Very much agree.
But yeah, you would have definitely expected Byron to have made it back by now. But his sign is still up saying there, and like a quick like glance as you walk by, like it doesn't look like he just left the sign up and made it in. Like none of the lights are on, nothing's turned on. It looks just the same as it did yesterday. A little worse for wear after the storm last night, but you know.
All the shingles are still on the roof. He's fine. I mean, his abode is fine. All right. Well, maybe he's bopping about town somewhere, hasn't yet made it to a shop. So I am gonna head over and just check in on Katie.
Sure.
Make sure that she's got everything she needs.
As you make your way, people in town kind of tip their hats at you, regard you as you pass by. The stable master Royal Adams says, "Sheriff, can I get a word?"
Of course. Roll. What? How you doing today?
Well, I'm doing. I mean, things are fine. The animals obviously are spooked, but we got some. We're taking care of them. We got a little bit of sedative in their feed to kind of keep them calm during the storms. Make sure we don't end up with a stampede. I've cleared way for the flywheelers. Your siblings kind of. I said I had to talk to you. Max said that when the flywheelers came in, that's when I was going to get payment for stabling their motorcycle. Said that the motorcycle, I thought, I was like, and then they made a really specific point saying that the motorcycle wasn't the flywheelers, but that the flywheelers was paying for it. And that made me scratch my noggin a little bit. And in that opportune moment, they just kind of gallivanted away. I don't know where they got to. But they said that I should talk to you about it if I had questions. So I guess that's my question is what?
No, Ro, I got you. Why don't you, when the flywheelers come in, there's going to be a big old bus.
Your mom's bus.
My mama's bus, and just take Max's back and just strap it right on the back, would you? They have an arrangement. Max will love that. Very convenient for them. And you know what? Here you go, and I'll take out whatever the money is that I owe or Max owes for the stabling, and I'll pay for it.
I mean, Sheriff. I mean, if it's all on the up and up, and you're the flywheelers, they cut us a deal. I mean, we don't have to charge them.
It ain't a deal, is the thing. So I'm gonna pay for Max's back. And you do me a favor and put it on my mama's bus, okay?
All right. Well, I mean, that sounds square to me. I ain't gonna argue. Just one spur ought to cover it.
Great. I will pay a spur.
Well, I'll leave it to it. I know you got plenty going on there, Franny.
You need anything else?
No. And, I ain't too shy to holler if I do.
Okay. Good day, and I'll just head back on out into the wind.
Franny, get a grit from Argotlam.
Heck yeah.
And Max, get a grit from Argotlam. Franny, this is just in case you need to delete someone from the timeline. And Max, this is just in case you need to deck somebody. And also Argotlam says he's waiting for you to deck somebody.
We don't know what's going to happen.
All right. Cool. So yeah, you start walking down Main Street back towards the general store.
Yeah. It's also often where I can find Max purloining some candies or whatever, taking up their time. So maybe I just might run into my twin there.
Sure thing. As you go walking down Main Street, you have a little bit of a boardwalk on the side that you're able to walk down, which lets you walk by Tanaka's barber shop and Tanaka's barber shop, the bank, and also your office, the sheriff's office. And then across the street through the muck is the general store, right there next to the Big Jaw Saloon. And as you start making your way through Main Street, across Main Street, top window of the Big Jaw Saloon opens up, and Raheem Post shouts down at you, the proprietor of the Big Jaw Saloon, going, "Morning, Sheriff."
Good morning, Mr. Post.
Hell of a storm last night, huh?
Yes, sir.
We got a little bit of a problem. A hell of a leak. I didn't know where the water's come from, but it's pooled up somewhere up top. And well, I know we run our credit a little thin at the general store, but I was hoping maybe you could put a word in with me so that when I send someone over to talk to Katie, there ain't no fuss and we can just get what we need. It's leaking right down into the guest rooms, and I know some of them is going to be filled up with some of your kin.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll extend more credit to you, Mr. Post. You just treat my mommy and daddy right, okay?
First round's on me. Hell, first two. You have a good day there, Sheriff.
You too.
Shuts the window as he's like finished putting on his like coveralls and like starts like putting on a suit.
There ain't, as I'm like walking by my office, there ain't anybody in there, right? Max ain't in there getting into trouble.
You don't see anything. It looks like, I mean, I guess, do you have deputies? Probably not, right?
No, I do not have.
Yeah, not here in this town.
No.
Yeah, so there's nothing there. There's nothing going on. The sheriff's office is quiet. There's no like notices pinned or anything like that for you to look at later.
Right.
And as you finally mercifully make it to your general store, a familiar face comes out the door, having to turn sideways to make it through. You see Cleopatra Lisi, the blacksmith in town, who you have quite a lot of history with, on account of the fact that she made your leg, your prosthetic leg, and you didn't quite mentor didn't quite like study under her as much as you were just kind of like there at the blacksmith for a lot of your life, as you were recovering from your accident. Basically, this is like a third parent to you. You spent about equal times growing up with Cleopatra as you did Cleve and Paige. God, when was the last time the two of you actually talked?
Quite a while ago, other than pleasantries. Miss Cleopatra's a wonderful person for other people.
Yeah, So this massive, like, extremely broad-shouldered, heavy-set, tall, like behemoth of a human being, ducks and turns sideways to walk out of the general store. The boardwalk out in front of the general store creaking with her footsteps. Her boots, like, inexplicably also incredibly heavy in their own right. Like, she is wearing like thick, heavy armor and clothing, and also is massive. So her whole figure is just this linebacker of a human being. As she ducks down, steps out, sees you, and goes, "Randy,
Miss Cleopatra, good day.
you're out of the 8-inchers. I just bought them out."
Thank you. I will reorder.
As she steps to the side so you can step in, she goes, "Oh, by the by, I have something at the shop. I think you might, maybe I don't know. Someone done a barter with me, and it's just been collecting dust. And I figured it's fire nights, and if you want to swing by the shop sometime over the next couple of days, take it off my hands. I'd take it as a kindness."
Of course, Miss Cleopatra. I'll head on over after I make my inquiries in here. Got to keep eyes on Max there. So you
Hey,
ain't seen Mr. Byron, have you?
Byron? No.
Okay.
He's still out on the hunt.
Seems like.
Well, damn.
So
That's
I expect he's back soon. I think he's probably fine.
all right. I mean, he got enough supplies to last him to Fire Night, but I didn't think he was gonna use them all up. I think that's just precaution in case he gets stuck out there. You don't think something happened, do you?
No, of course not. Mr. Byron's more than proficient out there. Much more than you or I, for certain.
Well, hell, I don't want to imagine what kind of lean-to he's got to put together that won't blow away in this weather. So, all right. Well, hey, this was we should do this again sometime, maybe. I don't know. You stop by my shop and you get that thing. It's taking up too much space.
I will do.
All right.
I will do. All right.
Good.
You get home safe.
It should. Yes, ma'am. Sheriff.
Miss Patty.
And she like gives you like mocking curtsy and then walks off.
Just when it was a little bit good, she just ruins it. Every time. It's fine. I head on inside to the general store.
Mrs. Kumilican Wills, we are out of 8-inch nails and staples. Miss Patty done bought them all out.
We'll put an order in with the flywheelers, and they'll pick them up after Fire Nights. We'll be all right. People can make do with what we still got for sure.
All right.
And we'll give them a discount.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's well, lots of people. I got the credit book ready for you to look over. Obviously, it's been a busy morning, though. It's a little quiet right now. How's your morning been, Mrs.?
It's fine, Katie. Everything's going according to plan. Mr. Byron ain't stopped in here yet today, has he?
I ain't seen him. No.
Okay.
Just about everyone else in town has. At least most people.
Okay.
Seen Max at some point, not too long ago.
They say where they were going next.
I didn't ask.
Okay. That's great. Thank you, Katie. And also we're gonna extend the saloon's credit just a little bit more till after Fire Nights. They got a big leak over there, and we can't have that.
Mrs. Kumilican Wills, it's Well, that's they are pretty heavy in the red. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's all fine. We can. Uh, it's better to have our saloon up and running than it is to have it shut down. I don't want to become a saloon proprietor. Do you, Katie?
Well, I mean, they got to be making money. They making so much noise every night.
Is that bothering you?
No, not at all. I love the accommodations upstairs. It's real nice. So bed's actually a little bit bigger than what I would have thought. No, it ain't no problem. I just meant I don't mean to be rude or make you think I ain't appreciative of working here. It's just a lot for one person to be taken on. And I thought you said that maybe we was gonna get some help at some point. And well, I don't know. I hate to see this place just giving away things for free. I mean, you've already done a lot of downsizing back at the Will's house.
It's all right, Katie. The general store's not going nowhere. And I'll have it. I'm gonna have a talk with Mr. Post after the after Fire Nights. But Fire Nights is not a time to be pressing people.
No,
Okay.
that's for sure. That's for sure. I'm sorry. You know what? I don't know what got into me,
Hey,
Mrs.
Katie, why don't you after Fire Nights? Why don't you find somebody to take on a little bit of assistant for you?
Is that gonna? You would just want me to? You want me to choose someone to?
Do you think you can do it?
I mean, yeah, I have. There's all sorts of things I could use help with. If you would let, yeah, you know what? There's a few. Yes, ma'am. I will tend to that.
Okay.
I'll get a short list together and maybe round up some people for an interview or whatnot.
Okay. I believe in you. I think you can do it.
Thank you, Mrs. Kumilicans Wills. Thank you.
And if Max comes in here, they're cut off. Okay? They can come talk to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I make sure that I do whatever I'm supposed to do here as a store owner. And then I leave. I guess I'll head over to the deputy's office.
You go and you stand around in the stock room for a little while, and then everyone thinks you're doing important manager work, but you're actually just standing in the stock room for like 15 minutes, and then you leave.
I have a book of Sudoku.
You know what? I have a lunch thing I gotta go to. I'm gonna call it an early day, and then you walk out.
Katie's got it.
That hit too close, Tommy.
You're doing that. I guess my next question would be, where is Max and what is Max doing right now? As we cut away from Franny, as Franny tends to some of the minor runnings of the general store.
Yeah, where can I get a drink in this town?
At the Big Jaw Saloon.
All right, I'm there. They got cards or like a gambling or whatever?
They do. You have had mixed results there as far as you overstaying your welcome. But yes, there are card tables there, and there are a few people in town who are brave enough to play cards with you.
Yeah, I mean, like, what are they gonna do? Kick me out of town? Oh no, I gotta leave here.
So it's a bit early. So right now, I think let me roll and see if there's actually someone who you could be playing with right now. There's not. So you're kind of just like warming the chair at the poker table right now with a drink in hand. As you see Mr. Post walk down the stairs, step behind the bar, glance over to you, give you a nod, and then he just starts like not like bossing around his workers, but like giving them instruction, like being like, all right, so we got to make sure that the kegs are ready to be tapped, because let me tell you, the flywheelers, they're gonna drink about half of those right out the bat. I mean, that's why we ordered so heavy last month. And so like he's just getting ready for what he expects to be an extremely busy night. Also, it's dangerous to drink alone. Take this, says Chris, as he gives Max a grit.
Thanks. I'll use this for stuff.
But yeah, pretty quiet right now. Basically, it seems like the saloon is in anticipation of a really busy night. You actually see a lot of like the companions are already starting like bathing routines this early in the day, so that way they can be like completely like freshened up. A lot of them are going to Tanaka's barber to get like trimmed and shaved and cleaned up and like tailored and everything. Like they're pulling, the big jaw pulls out all the stops for the flywheelers.
yeah, whatever. Fuck them. Like, is there anyone else drinking in the saloon? Because like this fucking sucks.
There is. You actually see. There's someone who you've witnessed in the saloon before in the earlier hours when it is quieter and more controlled, and that is the Australian preacher in town, Mirabel Jimenez.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna go over to what's the like honorific? Is it like mother? Like
I'm gonna defer to Addie on this
lady?
one just to make sure. I believe it's mother, but.
Stargazer, Skylooker.
I think that it's I think it's just like mother. I think I'm not sure. I don't know.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Hey, Mirabelle.
You have that internal dialogue like, what is it? Ah, fuck it. And you say Mirabelle.
Bet it's Skylooker, but they don't want you to call him that. Like outside of church, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I go over to Mirabelle, see what's up. Hey, what do you do for fun in this town?
Well, later tonight I'm gonna be helping people hanging up fire night lights indoors. You see her gesture to inside the saloon. It's already has a ton of twinkling strands of lights, which is an Australian fire nights practice.
Yeah, I see them around.
To keep the stars close while the sky turns black with the storms. And so Mirabelle says, "Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be going around to helping a couple people hang up some lights in their home."
Yeah, whatever. That's later. But like, what do you do for fun right now?
I mean, I like to have myself a nice little drink here when it's quiet before the saloon gets too rowdy.
All right, well, let's have a drink, right? Like, if that's what's... Hey, Baki, what are you drinking?
Oh, me? Whiskey. Always whiskey.
Jeez, always whiskey? All right. I mean, I can't say I fault you, but like, always?
And I suppose it's fire night, so I can have a few extra this afternoon before I go about my business.
Fuck yeah, Mirabelle, that's what I'm talking about.
You're that Kumilican kid, right?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
It's your sister's the sheriff. It's Max, right?
Franny's my sister. Yeah, I'm Max.
All right. Well, I don't think we've ever been formally introduced. Max, I mean, I've seen you from time to time through town and at a service or two. Maybe it was just your sister. Hard to say.
Hey, I'm gonna tell Freddie you said that. I think it's real funny that anyone could mistake me for her. Yeah, I've been to your services a couple of times.
Right.
Yeah, Max Barton, nice to meet you.
She only pauses for a second at the last name definitely not being Kumilican, but then shakes her hand and says, "Pleasure, Max. Well, if we're drinking, are you gonna do something with them cards, or are we just gonna sit here and talk?"
Oh my god, you're the best fucking preacher I ever met. Yeah, let's play. Jesus, I should go to church more, maybe. They all like you?
Just the good ones. Yeah. So you play some very casual, like over drink tokens, cards with the Australian preacher. Let's do the first roll of the campaign here, Max.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Let's do the first roll of the campaign here. Let's do you versus the preacher. See how many drinks she can win off of you. Are you playing a straight game of poker, or of cards? I guess it doesn't have to necessarily be poker. You guys could be playing fucking Go Fish for all I know. It's just two people.
Yeah, I'm gonna cheat at war.
There is no playing fair in war.
No, I forget which one lets me roll manipulate. I'm doing that one.
That's just like playing the player, like playing the person across from you, trying to like bluff when you got to bluff and that kind of thing. Playing the social game of poker.
Listen, I gamble a lot, but like I'm not great at cards.
You are up against a 9.
Hey, well, that's bad news for me. I got a 6.
Yeah, so you had like a handful of like drink tokens going into the day, and like now you are down to just a few, as the preacher gets 2 net successes over you on this.
Hey, Mirabelle, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get drunk enough for my family to show up.
I can just keep buying. Another round for Max, and flicks one of the tokens over. Go ahead and make this one a double.
Yes. Oh my God, church is great.
You should stop by more often.
I'm not really. I don't stick around very long. I show up for the holidays, whatever.
Yeah, fair. Around this time, it's been a few hours of Max playing some cards and having drinks with Mirabelle and Franny. You have finished up business at the general store. It's now like properly in the afternoon, and first thing you hear is and if you were to glance up, you would see the form of your father flying through the air, scouting ahead for the flywheelers, arriving to town first on his jetpack, Cleve Kumilican.
Daddy! Daddy, you get down here right now!
Give me a second, sweetheart. I'm just looking around. Okay, we're safe from that side.
It's like the wind is crack. Get down here, Daddy!
Well, I gotta do my job. Okay.
You're here.
On.
Congrats.
If Tommy will allow me, I'm gonna shoot a flare up into the air as like the all good.
Sure.
Yeah, and then I'll fly down to my daughter.
Yeah, Cleve putts around in the sky. You are buffeted by, like, it's not, again, the storm is not that bad right now, but like it's still not like the best weather, and occasionally there are like bursts of wind that kind of come through the thick vegetation of the wastes that do kind of like push you around a little bit, and a non-zero amount of thunder in the distance as you are high up above the town, flying around in your metal jetpack, looking around, doing your job. You pull out a flare gun, pop it up in the sky, and then land, kicking up dust and mud as you do, landing in front of the general store where your daughter Franny is standing in front of you. And Max, you definitely heard the jetpack, and you know it's Cleve's because when Cleve shifts into like a certain gear, it does like stall for like 2 seconds.
Stalls.
Yeah.
I look at the bartender. Hey, I need you to make a drink that you are afraid is too strong for a human.
The bartender full on looks over at Mirabelle, and Mirabelle like doesn't respond immediately and isn't actually looking at the bartender. Can feel the gaze of the bartender, but is looking at you. And then she says,
Hey, no, it's fine. Listen, I'm very psychic. Don't worry about it.
I mean, you heard them. Whip it up. And the bartender like nods and goes and pours out this this like dark drink. It's almost like inky black. And then like reaches down and pulls out this like jar that doesn't seem to be used very often. And as he like unseals it, there's a little like puff of like air from like the fermented like
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're in the right jaw.
and then with a spoon scoops out like a weird black like aquatic eye and drops it into the drink and slides it across the table. And Mirabelle goes, I think this is a 2-eye job, honey.
Yeah, I need to go to church because I was about to say, get back in the jaw, give me another eye.
Scoops out another like squelchy eye, drops it into the drink, and then seals the jar back up.
The waste drinks so bad.
What was the name of this drink, Seth? Do you remember?
Oh, is it the same one? It was oh geez, what was it? No, I can't remember.
Yeah.
I'll have to think about it.
Was it with film or without?
It was
like,
with
No,
skin.
it was
Without
skin or no
skin.
With
skin.
or without skin, yeah. Do you want the skin on the eye or not? Because the eye gets squished, right? And then it's just skin, and then they drop it in.
It's just bad.
Yeah, so he leaves the skin in.
Yeah, duh.
You
Yeah,
squelch down the eye in the drink, and then
I slammed this fucking drink.
yeah. Go ahead and roll a negate test for me. Let's
All right.
let's do a negate
Yeah.
at a -4.
Done. You don't have to try that hard. My negate is 5.
It's still a -4, which I guess is I could have made it a -8, and it still would have been a 1.
Yeah, bamboozle me a little bit if you feel like it. Yeah, no, 0 successes.
Okay.
As planned.
Yeah, you are drunk.
Fucking great. This is fantastic. All right. Mirabelle, it's been great playing cards. You're fun to hang. I'll come to church maybe. I gotta go talk to my dad, I guess.
Yeah, Cleve. Your daughter's standing ahead in front of you, in front of the general store that she inherited.
It was just called a black hole.
A black
I found
hole.
it. I found
Nice.
it. It's just called a black hole. Franela, look at you! He immediately goes in for a big ol' hug.
Hi, Daddy. Hi, Daddy.
The like
Oh, I
plants and
swear.
minerals inside the top of his jetpack like tink against the glass as he hugs you.
Look, I know you're done growing, but I swear you get bigger every time I see you.
Notably, Cleve standing at a proud 5'2", I think.
That's right.
Franny's like 6 feet tall.
I'm not that tall.
You're pretty tall, aren't you? Pretty tall?
I guess I am.
I thought we was normal height.
Yeah.
I thought we
It's
were
hard. We'll
normal
wait until the
height.
group shot comes, and then someone can measure the screen and see how.
Yeah, how many
That's right.
hands?
That'd be
The term you
nice.
were looking for is short king.
That's right.
So how far out are they? Also, are you? How are you, Daddy?
Oh, fantastic! Flying in this storm is something else. I like it a lot. And the flywheelers, they should be along. What do you think, Tommy? Like 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
So they're about 10 to 15 minutes out.
Yeah, it won't be too much longer at all. Yeah, like 10 to 15 minutes or so.
Okay. Are you staying with the pack or are you staying with me? Do you know?
It's up to your mother. It's I usually, I'll stay wherever she stays.
Okay. Max is lost to the wind. as you almost were. So I have no idea where they are,
Did you
but they
check the
are
saloon?
here. No, I did not.
Well, you still got a couple of things to learn from your old man. Let's go get your sibling.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we walk across this, or walk down. Is
It's
it
right next
across
door.
the street? Yeah, it's right next door. Walk right next door to.
Yeah, I think I come out of the saloon like before they get in.
Visibly drunk.
Hey, Bob. You made it. You didn't crash. I heard you stole.
I didn't crash. I landed just fine. Your sister saw that.
He did land. It is true.
Hey, great. So, like, how far out are they? Like, is it close? Do we got time? Are they like, really far behind? Are they not coming?
Maxie, they should be here in about 10 to 15 minutes. Don't you worry.
Fuck,
I
that's
don't think you probably don't need another drink, right?
No, I did. I had 2 eyes, so we're good.
Oh no, not a black hole. Not they call those the dual black holes. It's not
It's fine. I was drinking with a preacher. A preacher said it was okay, so I'm good.
she'd say it was fine, of course.
Yeah, she looked into my soul and she saw that it was fine, so I'm good.
It's really good to see you, Maxie.
Hey, it's good to see you, Pop. I'll come in for a hug.
Yeah. I definitely squeezed a little bit longer than I originally planned to, but I missed them so much.
Oh.
No, okay, all right.
No, I'm good. I'm good. No, I don't puke. Listen, if I'm gonna puke, I just get rid of it instead. It's fine.
So Max, I stopped by the Royal Stables. And
Yeah, that makes sense. It's neat
yeah.
house.
Yeah. And I had a little chat, and Royal was a little confused as to what to do with your bike. So don't worry, I paid your stable fees. And I just told him to just put it right on Mommy's bus when where it hangs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you know what? I'm seeing the A to B now. All right. Yeah, no, hey, listen, if you're gonna pay it here, and I hand Franny a spur. I thought I was gonna get Barney to pay for that one, but if it ain't happening, it ain't happening.
It's Fire Nights, Max.
Yeah. What about it?
I bite the spur to make sure it's real.
Listen, I'm a lot of things.
Is it real?
I don't fuck around with money. Of course it's fucking real. Honestly, that's offensive. I'm offended now.
Oh no. Whatever shall I do?
All right. Yeah. I miss you too. You were gone when I woke up, so like I went and got drunk instead.
Okay. Are you? I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
Are you mad that I'm drunk? Would you prefer that I not be drunk?
No, I just think that you're gonna be more upset when Mama's upset because you're drunk.
Now, don't you two go upsetting your mother, okay?
Yeah, don't go upsetting Mama.
I want this to be a nice Fire Nights, just for once.
Daddy wants it to be nice. Just once.
All right. You know what? I want you to know that a preacher looked into my soul and said this was fine, and I'm going against the religious orders of my spiritual advisor. And I will activate.
What religion is she?
She's a Strayan. And I will activate flush toxins.
All right. So you use your illuminated power flush toxins, which as you do so, the geometric tattoos you've had placed on your body begin to shift and move. How do they move when you use flush toxins?
But flush toxins, so the patterns turn into like a loose grid of hexagons that all just sort of like gently pulse outwards, and as they do, I get less and less drunk, which is fine, I guess. And then when I'm no longer drunk at all, I guess, do you want me to roll it? I might beef it.
You might.
It might surprise you to know that I don't beef it. In fact, I think I might have done it so good that I can't get drunk for a while now, which is actually pretty bad. Yeah, I can't get drunk for a long-lasting effect.
So,
look at what you've done.
So, as Max's tattoos shift and move and then like kind of form these hexagons and like pulse, you watch as like Max's eyes kind of like focus up a little bit, and then they were kind of like swaying a little bit and like leaning on stuff, and like they kind of like stretch their back, and then they're just standing normal, and then they're just looking at you completely stone cold sober, as they flush the toxins out using their luminescence.
Oh, honey, your mom's gonna be so pleased. Thank you.
You had like 5 to 10 minutes still.
This is police brutality now. Who do I talk to? Governor?
I'm the ultimate authority in this town.
Oh, yeah, but like if I was going to go over your head, who do I talk to?
Oh, that would be still me.
All right, you know what? I deserve that for the Staples thing.
Did you make up the bed or not when you left?
I mean, there's sheets and blankets and a pillow on it.
Okay. That's fine. That's good that they're all not on the floor. That's enough. That's fine.
I don't even usually do that.
I know. That's why I said it's fine.
You got a way of saying things is fine that makes me think maybe it's not fine. But
It's fine.
all right. Thank you, word for it.
Good. Oh, also, your tab is cut off at the general store.
What, for gumballs? Seriously?
There was a whole bucket, and now there is not a whole bucket. There are
I'm not there for a long time.
There are 15 gumballs left. It's a bucket of 100. Where did the 85 gumballs go?
I chewed them.
Did you save one for me?
Yeah, of course, Pops.
Pops one in his mouth.
Beautiful. So at this point, you all begin to hear the engines over the wind, carried by the wind perhaps, of the Flywheeler Nomad Pack.
As soon as we hear it, I just like scoop my arm right around Max's arm like a little side hug that is supposed to stop them from moving.
You know I'm stronger than you, and I could run away.
Yeah, but you wouldn't. The emotional way is very strong.
I bet I could throw you over this building.
You could try.
First vehicle through into town. So basically the whole town hears this, and in the 60 to 90, maybe even 2 minutes of time between hearing the engines and seeing the first vehicles come in, the town starts getting ready and stepping out. You see all of the stable hands are totally prepared for this. They are ready. If there was an LRC operator in this town, they would also be prepared, but they are not. Instead, there's just a drop box that people are putting their final packages in. This locker that they're this big door, they put a package in and then close it, and then when they open it back up, the plate has spun and spat out their box in with the rest of them so that the pack can pick it up. And the first vehicle that rolls in down Main Street from the east side of town, blaring in is Birdie's vehicle, which you know to be it's a hovercraft, but it has augmentations on it that do allow it to do some limited amount of like actual air travel. Like it's been souped up explicitly for the purposes of being able to like actually like kind of glide like a powered glider at times. And so in this instance, as it comes and like kind of like ramps up, it does like kind of like fly up in the air over the first few buildings and like slide down, and like the hover tech at the front like kind of catches its weight, and then it squeals to like the crossroads in the middle of town, which is right by the saloon, in fact. Right, the corner to corner on the crossroads is the saloon and the stables. So stopping right in front of the stables is Birdie's vehicle, this kind of matte kind of olive drab colored vehicle. The top opens up and an 85-year-old man walks out of it, killing the engine as he does. It like kind of like lowers to the ground, and he pushes up the top, pushes himself up. He's not like shaking like old, like he is 85 years old, but he is like fit. He takes care of himself to as much as someone that old can. He is in great shape. He like stands up, and then you see he like pulls a lever, and like a ramp, like a staircase does like fold out for him to like step down instead of him just like jumping over out of the cockpit. And then he pushes that back up, and then walks over and starts talking to Royal across the way. But as he does look over at the three of you, Cleve, Max, and Franny. And he first thing he does is he gives Cleve a little salute, like a little thank you for doing your job type thing. And then he stops in his tracks when he sees Max. Max just gives him an energetic wave, and
hey, Birdie, still alive, I see.
He doesn't say anything. He doesn't react, except for the fact that he stares at you, and then he turns back and walks over to Royal, and maybe with just a little bit more stiffness in his back as he does.
What? That was a compliment.
And he's now talking to Royal by the stables, and then different land and air vehicles, most of the land vehicles employing some form of hover tech, with a few of them having like very specialized off-road suspension for traveling in the wastes. The flywheelers do business in both the wastes and the Badlands, kind of crossing through paths in the Bonesaw Mountains into the southwestern Badlands to do business in the settlements around there. But about half of their route does exist in the wastes as well. And various air and land vehicles start to roll in one after another. You see other members of the flywheeler old folks stepping out of their vehicles to deposit their vehicles in the stables first and organize their specific parts of the pack, as basically they park in different parts of town as sort of like a landing zone and like a direction for other vehicles, as this very small town. Like, the flywheelers are not a massive nomad pack, but they do have a lot of vehicles. And so this town becomes kind of like full of vehicles, like really quickly, as like one of them stops by the LRC and starts getting ready to like organize that and offload that. You see Song is taking care of that. Danger lands right by the stables as well to talk with Birdie and Royal. You see Hoot and Scoot Scoot coming from the north and south parts of towns, Hoot flying in with a bunch of air vehicles and landing on like the northern part of towns, and Scoot coming in with a bunch of land vehicles from the southern part of town. Basically, like if like to someone who was just transported to the world of Manifest and was like, this is a weird Western town with some sci-fi elements, I don't know what's going on, this would look like an invasion for a second, as this very small town ends up effectively surrounded by somewhere in the number of like 60 vehicles, some of which are like small personal crafts that only house one or two people, like the scouts that you work with, Cleve, and people like that. And then some of them much larger. And one of the final vehicles in town, not kind of guarded at the rear, but kind of like right in like the middle back part of the pack, coming in nearby Song's kind of path. You see Paige's vehicle. And Paige, please tell me about your vehicle.
Yeah,
Sure.
We have the benefit of Kate delivering amazing and wonderful art of Cleve's jetpack, but I need you to now give me a Kate May level painting of.
Possible.
Yeah, Mark, come on, paint us a word picture.
Hey, don't you start. No, so Paige's bus. Paige is driving a bus. Fully, sort of looks like a school bus. It's got sort of where the stop sign would usually come out. It has these sort of like wings that navigate it around because it is completely a hover vehicle. The other main thing that would be noticed from the outside of this sort of big, it's like clearly a long-running Nomad Pack vehicle and has been like repaired and put together as such. But it seems like the outside has been painted variously by a number of different children through the years. And so there are like stars and like flowers and there's like a little Warwick family on like sort of towards the tail. There's just all these like drawings that the kids have done over the years, and they sort of adorn the bus, and though it's rusty and it's gray, there is color all over it, as the children have taken it upon themselves to decorate it. And the other thing you'd notice is there are sort of I guess like hangers almost. Sort of like there would be on the front of a city bus for bikes, but off of the side, several of which have motorbikes. And as Paige pulls into town on the bus, the windows are it can be heard as she's driving through and as she's stopping the bus. It can be heard her saying, "All right, kids, well, we'll have a wonderful fire nights, and I'll see you at the end of it. Okay, be safe out there." And a lever is pulled from inside of the bus, and a bunch of panels open on the side, and the benches that the children are sitting on turn into slides as they have readied themselves to slide down onto their motorcycles and drive their little motorcycles to wherever their families are to prepare for their Fire Night celebrations wherever they are to take place in town. And as Paige lifts back up the lever, and sort of puts everything away, she comes outside with a large tarp that she produces from underneath the bus to start putting it over to make sure that it stays nice and dry from the bad storms of Fire Nights.
Yeah, you see a lot of the kids who are able to ride those like little motor trikes, I'll call them.
Even though several of them are full, like there's a couple of kids who are driving legitimate like low riders. Like these kids know how to ride a motorcycle.
Varying sizes. A lot of them are heading over towards the old folk, Ivy. Who is dealing with the innkeep, Werther Reed, basically setting up lodgings within the inn, and then a couple of them scatter off because like their parents have like other arrangements. There's like maybe I think probably about like 9 kids in your class right now. Sounds about right. And a few of them are young enough, like that's like the ones who can go on the motorcycles, and then there's like 3 or 4 like kids who are like really really young,
riding on the back of other motorcycles,
and they're like holding on the back of these other motorcycles, like as like one of like the like edgy like teenagers like stops his motorcycle and like helps a little kid off and like gives him to his parents and jumps back on and drives away.
Yeah, there's a teen on a lowrider with the helmet, and there's a child sitting on his shoulders with a helmet, and the lowrider back has been extended to accommodate a child on the shoulders.
You also full on see like 2 of these kids do just like eat dirt immediately in the like because the street, the main street is like muddy, and so they like hit it and they're like and they like you see them get up and it's like you just watched a kid crash a motorcycle, and this kid gets up and like wipes the mud out of her eyes and like face and like spits some of it on the ground, pushes up the motorcycle and like kicks some of the mud away, and then just like fishtails it as they like keep going.
Well, Puddles, you got to make sure that you got control before you gun it, right?
Yes, Miss Kumilicans.
We've been going over it. All right, have a good Fire Nights.
Thank you, Mrs. Kumilicans. Yeah. And the bus pulls up, and you see Paige hard at work getting it ready to be stabled. Paige, the first thing that you see is one of the stable hands starts wheeling over Max's motorcycle towards your bus, like on a bunch of like planks of wood to try and like get it ready. This stable hand has no idea how to attach this to the bus.
You said Birdie's car was like olive drab, sort of like a matte green, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, my bike is painted like bright pink and yellow with like blue highlights down the side.
Birdie looks at you, Paige, as the motorcycle rolls out and goes, "The hell has he done? Or what the hell have they done with this motherfucking? This ain't." One second, Royal. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Start unloading it. We have a lot of cargo, actually. Go ahead and unload that. This stuff needs to be kept special. Paige, come here. Are you gonna talk to them? You gonna talk to them about this bike?
Yeah, certainly I'm going to talk to my child. It's Fire Nights.
About the bike, though. Look at what they done to my bike. You know this to be a point of contention, Paige, as Birdie thinks that this bike belongs to him, and Max thinks this bike belongs to Max.
How does it look mechanically?
Honestly, I guess Max would be the best way to describe it. Because I don't know if it's tuned or if it has good mods.
I mean, it's got one mod. That mod is an excellent quality supercharged engine.
Sure. Wow, look at that, Birdie. They looks like they did some work on that engine there. I don't remember it having that many CCs when it left.
It's not. It doesn't matter. First off, they're gonna fucking crash it. Look, the tires is, but look at what it looks like. All right, this thing. What do they think that red makes it go faster? Is that what they think?
Birdie, I see it like you do. I don't know what they're doing. I haven't known what they're doing in a long time.
They're spending too much time with the proms is what they're doing.
Hey, look, I know as well as I do. I'd love to have Max back with the pack. Back home where they belong. I would love to see Max have a home wherever it is. Right? And
well, let's not get ahead of ourselves and say that Max is just gonna waltz on back into the pack, all right?
No, of course. They'll sort of do what needs to be, but
I'm doing you a favor by not taking this thing the moment we come into town. I mean, what are they gonna do? Take on the whole pack? This is on loan. You understand?
It's Fire Nights. Where are you going to go with it? We're here. The whole pack's here. Going to take it somewhere else in town? Going to drive off without us? Birdie, you leaving the pack?
Just talk to them about it. Yeah, I'm sure Max would love me leaving the pack.
Birdie, I hear you, and you're right, and I'm sorry for the way things went with Max. You know that I wish they'd gone different too. And I'm trying to do what I can here to just sort of, get things back to the way they were, but it's Fire Nights. I'll talk to them. They're here. I'm happy to see my kid. I'm happy that my kid's letting me see them. So I'll talk to him. Talk to him, Bird.
All right. Well, while you're talking to them, tell them to greet the alpha of the pack with just a little bit more courtesy. Not a shit-eating grin and a childlike wave. He stomps off in the muck.
So, happy Fire Nights, Birdie.
Ah!
And Paige takes Max's bike from the stable person who had it. Says, "Oh, thank you so much, dearie. Happy Fire Nights."
Happy Fire Nights, miss.
And she goes and hitches it next to the drawing of a lone Warrican that Max did when they were a child, back towards the tail of the bus.
Well, fine. Take a grit, Roman, if you're gonna make me cry.
That one's
Coming out
adorable.
swinging, baby.
They didn't. Somebody painted over the fuck Birdie I put on a couple years later.
Yes, I sure did.
Freedom of expression, my ass.
Beautiful. My favorite thing about this bus being the way it is the fact that I know 100% that almost all of those drawings were done at like 70. Oh no! Roman fell out of his chair.
Goodness.
The government got him.
The government got him. All right, he's back. Is that most of these drawings and paintings were done at like 70 or 80 miles an hour, with like mag belts attaching the kids to it as like a means to like get them used to being on a vehicle, doing like hand-eye coordination, like with
That's
the
right.
wind shooting against them.
They call them the color in dunes. You sort of go through the dunes and let the kids color and try to keep them on the bus as much as you can. But if they fall off, hey, it's dunes. It's sand.
I love it. I love it so much. Okay. Yeah. So, Cleve, Max, Franny, you see Bert as you approach. I assume you're approaching. I guess maybe you're not. Maybe you're waiting for Paige to come to you. But if you approach, now would be the time that you would arrive. Otherwise, if you're going somewhere else, let me know.
No, I think as soon as I see the bike, I go, it's looking real nice, Maxie, and then I go help Paige hook it up to the bus.
Yeah, as we're walking over and like Royal stops, like hands it off to Ma, I lean over to Freddie, like, the fuck is this guy doing? She's an old lady.
Don't deflect. It's gonna be fine. Take a breath.
Hey, I'm breathing the right amount.
Are you?
Probably not.
Okay. Just checking.
Oh, hey there, hon. Just almost got it hooked up. Oh, my children. Oh, goodness. Oh, happy Fire Nights. And Paige goes and gives Franny a big hug. And then goes to Max. It's, oh, Maxie, it's good to see you. And attempts to give Max a big motherly hug.
Yeah, hey, Ma, happy Fire Nights. Like, I give Ma a hug because I understand. I know what's happening here. I can't not give this hug.
And while she's hugging you, she goes, okay, well, double black hole, but you seem sobered up. Oh, that's nice of you, Maxie. Thank you.
Oh, moms.
Well, it's Fire Nights.
Sure is. It's Fire Nights. Oh, it's so nice to have everyone together. Oh, it's wonderful.
Also, new canon for anyone who's wondering. I'm going to establish it right here now. In most places on Manifest, a double is known as a binary. Proceed.
There we go. Yeah,
That's fun.
yeah.
That's
what I was
fun in
looking for.
space. I like that.
I want a black hole. Make it a binary.
It looks like you're closing up the bus, mommy.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's
Okay.
gotta tamper it all down before the winds and the rains try to get it.
Okay.
This old girl's still running.
So you are gonna stay at mine then?
Oh. Oh, well, I could not. I don't want to put you out or anything, Franny. If you got the space, I'd love to be all together. But if you don't, that's fine. I got the bus.
You just said you were putting it away.
Sure, but I can. There's a flap here,
can-
and I can.
Yeah, no, that sounds good, Mommy. You should just climb under that flap through the hole, open the door, wedge through, and then sleep there in the 100-mile-an-hour winds. I think that's better.
Hey, I've been doing most of that stuff for 40 years. The 100-mile-an-hour wind. That's that's not ideal, but
It's Fire Nights, dear. Why don't we stay with Franela?
I would love that.
All right.
I love that both of the twins just fucking face palmed at Franela.
Randall is so good. I even got gifts for you two, for all of you. If some Fire Nights gifts, since we're here and I haven't quite wrapped up the bus yet. She goes and she grabs 3 packs. She says, "Oh, sorry, kids, for your father." And hands Cleve a little package. And expectantly waits.
Cleve absolutely opens it. What's in the package?
Should we leave? This feels weird.
Oh no!
I don't.
It's fire. It's a Fire Nights. You'll. So remember the other day when I borrowed some of your new compound? Just a little bit of it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Well, I figured first off, your recall cables are starting to get a little frayed. And I thought it could be a good sort of tensile test for it. I don't know. And inside the package are new recall cables for your hammers that have been woven with the compound that you've been experimenting with, in part like actual cable, and part sort of that sort of mixed together as an alloy.
Oh, this is so exciting! I can't wait to see what they do. Oh dear, that's just quite nice. And he gives you a little peck.
It's a good test. I don't want you throwing your hammers over a mountain and just sort of losing them. That'd be bad. And Franny, for you, I got you this, or I made it for you. It's just a little, it's not a big thing.
Okay, I take it. It's a little weird because we're not doing it when we would normally do it, but I'll just open it right here on the street. This is fine by me. I'm all right with that.
Did you want your mother carrying around these 3 packages all day?
No, I did not, Mommy. And I will open it up and take a look inside.
It is an automated like lubrication sort of device that seems to fit sort of perfectly around your leg. And Patience waits. Oh, it's just a little something that I know the designs, and so I just sort of fit it around your leg. I thought the joints might be it could get rusty, and so it warms up some oil so it can get into the little crevices, and then it'll applicate the oil wherever it needs to go.
This is wonderful, Mommy. Thank you.
I didn't want you getting rusty out here. It's Fire Nights. It's sweat. It's cold.
I appreciate this very much. Thank you.
And just a little something for you, Max. Just sort of, a little something for you. I don't really know what you like or what you sort of need out there or what you're really doing out there, but I figured I'd get you something.
Yeah, no, I'm a mystery. I open it up.
There are 2 machinery cubes inside.
Yeah, all right.
I didn't know what you'd want with them, so I figured, no one doesn't like a machinery key. You can do whatever you want with those, whatever you need them for, they're there for you. Just keep you safe, keep your armor good, whatever you need.
I'm dead. Thanks.
Oh, happy Fire Nights to all you. It's so good to see you.
Yeah, happy Fire Nights. I got you guys gifts, but they're at home. like normal at Franny's home.
Should we get together for dinner and then maybe we can exchange the rest of them after?
Yeah, that sounds good. I actually have to finish sort of, doing a walk around town and then hang out in the office for a little while. I am going to see Miss Cleopatra. If you want to come with me, Daddy.
Oh, good. I can give her my gift for her. Good. Excellent.
Great. I'm really excited to go. But yeah, I think dinner will be good. I gotta the butcher's still out of town, so I gotta see to that too. So I'll be but
No worries.
whenever you're ready, Daddy, just let me know. We'll head over to Miss Cleopatra's.
Yeah, I think Cleve just goes and he grabs his it's just like a small sack, and he's ready to head on out.
Oh, right now. Great. Great.
No,
That's what I
I
wanted.
can.
No, that's great. I'm really excited to go there.
Oh, I
Let's
know.
go.
I know you guys have such a good relationship.
Yes, we do,
And then-
Daddy.
Oh, Franny, is everything still sort of in its place in your kitchen? I can whip us something up for dinner. For just, like, a
yes,
nice Fire
it is
Knight's
the
meal?
way that you left it the last time you came through. Yeah. It's like I haven't touched anything at all in there.
Oh, well, surely that wouldn't be the case. Surely you've been cooking for yourself. and
I
keeping yourself
kept
up and
it just
healthy.
the way you like it, Mommy.
That's what I like to hear. Good girl.
Yeah.
I lean over to Franny, like, hey, you gotta tell me right now if you want me to like wrangle Mom in the kitchen, because otherwise I'm gonna make an excuse and like I don't know, maybe go to church.
Uh, uh, would you actually, Max? Would you mind heading over to the butcher shop, just seeing if anybody's opened it up yet?
Yeah, no,
before you
absolutely.
head
I can do
anywhere
that right now. Sure.
else?
Okay.
Okay.
Seems important if he's missing persons. Got to investigate. First 48 hours is crucial. I'm gonna
I'll
hit
see
right
you.
over
I'll
there.
see you. I'll see you at the office in about a half hour.
So the family splits. Cleve and Franny making their way across town. I put in air quotes because it's so small. Over to Pat's blacksmithing. Paige heading up near Max and Paige actually walked, like, you all are able to walk together for like a minute, and then Cleve and Franny split off to kind of cut between the butcher shop and the back of some other shops to get to the blacksmith. And then Max splits off to go to the butcher shop, and then Paige, you're able to go into Franny's home, which looks a little bit different since the last time you were here. One thing you can tell, like, first, the thing that might warm your heart just a little bit when you open it up is there are Australian starlights, twinkle lights, like, wrapped around all the banisters and pinned up on the, like, walls. Like, it looks like fire nights as you walk in. This nice little, like, twinkle light just kind of, like, coming in as you step in. And then what you start to notice is it kind of hits you a little bit on your way back towards the kitchen. Like, this house is like a little, like, it's not barren by any means, but like you feel like you remember, like, there was a piano at one point and now there's not, and like there was like a little bit of artwork at one point and now there's not. Like, it just, like, it feels a little bit less full than you remember it being. It doesn't look barren, it doesn't look bad, but like, as you are a mother walking into your daughter's home, you can tell, like, some of the niceties.
They're judging her. I get it.
Some of the niceties that your daughter used to have are not there. And it's relatively decently kept. Like, it looks like Franny's put in work and, like, keeping it, like, clean and nice and everything. But as you kind of, like, cross through the, like, kind of living space in towards where the kitchen is, you do see there is there's two photographs up on the fireplace mantle that are pretty well kept, and stand out a little bit now without the extra stuff around them. Like the extra candelabras and stuff around them. And that's, there is a photograph of Franny and Iris that was taken on their wedding day. And then there is a photograph of your family all together pre Franny meeting Iris. It was like Max and Franny are a little bit younger in this one. And it's like one of the first times that the whole family got together after like Max went out on their own. And it's like a photograph from like that time that is propped up there. And both of those frames are well kept, and the like they seem to be like tended to a little bit more care than the rest of the house. And then you make it back into the kitchen, and again, certain aspects are a little bit less like put together, like a little bit less there. Some of the nicer utensils might be missing, but in general, like Franny said, it is about the same as you had it. And you take an inventory of the kitchen really quick, and you realize that you either have to go to the inn or the saloon to get ingredients now, or the town will not have ingredients for you to cook a dinner tonight. Yeah, go.
First question, really quick. Does Franny play the piano?
Yeah.
Okay. I was curious. Interesting. Okay. Actually, I think where she might go instead is she might make a quick trip over to the butcher and meet Max there.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
She sort of like runs outside to the bike. She gets up under the tarp and she hits a button underneath, and a motorcycle sort of like falls out the very back of the bus that she hops on and like quickly makes her way over to the butcher.
Oh no, the butcher's actually right nearby.
The butcher's right there.
Yeah,
Dang.
The butcher's right nearby. Franny's place. Yeah, the butcher's actually the closest building to Franny's house.
Closest building.
And then the stables is also right there. But the butcher is if you look at the map I sent you, the butcher is just a kitty corner like across the way.
All of the stuff I said is still accurate.
Collects a vehicle, brings it up to the butcher shop. Max, you go to BFB Butchers. Byron doesn't seem there. Finley Byron, the owner of the butcher shop, not around. You see the sign that has been put up there for the past couple days that says "Out on the hunt, be back before fire night."
Yeah, all right.
But like when you go, like it's a small town. Like if you want to go inside, you are able to go inside. Like you could do the whole like
locked.
Yeah, you just open the door and like knock a couple times. Like anyone home? And
Jesus, didn't even lock it. Hey, hello, anybody? Wild, no locked doors. Insane. Don't get it.
And you walk in and like in the time before Paige arrives, you can definitely discern that like Byron has not, like, no one's been in this house like since Byron presumably left. You just like have gleaned about how long he's been away. It's not uncommon for him to go away before fire night. But you do see like it doesn't look like he's been in town at all. He's not here. Like everything's cold. And the only like there's no perishables in the house, but that's pretty par for the course. So nothing seems out of the ordinary except for the fact that this dude should have been back by now.
Yeah, all right. But so like is there like food to buy? In like a fridge or a freezer?
There are some like there are a few. It's not like a super common thing, but being like having the flywheelers like able to deliver some things. There are some like emergency like canned and like preserved foods here. Nothing super great. Like I'm talking like beans and like frozen pears and like a couple other things like that. But there's some food here, and like how much they cost. Assuming that you don't want to like
eyeball
steal.
like 2 spars worth of stuff or something, because like I stayed at Franny's house. I know she said she was gonna cook, and there's fully no food there.
Yeah, there's probably not 2 spurs worth, but like you could lay down a spur and grab
if there's a spar's worth. Yeah, I'll put down a spar and then like grab Probably Ma walks in on me, just like
Yeah.
rummaging around in the dark, grabbing food from this missing person's house.
Yeah, you walk in and Max is like filling a bag with like few canned goods that BFB Butchers has on hand. You also spot like the spur that is clearly placed on the countertop.
Oh. Still not back, huh?
No, he's super not here.
This town's gonna be pretty short on Fire Night's roasts. I was gonna make a hot dish.
Yeah, I got canned stuff. It's not good, but it's food, which is better than no food.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Huh. Well, I wonder. Can I make some sort of roll about like where this person would have gone nearby and like about how long they might, like, I know this area pretty well.
You can roll survival, and since this is like a regular stomp of the flywheelers, I'll give you a +2 on it.
Cool. No lore, huh? That's fine.
Yeah, no knowledge about like specifically where one would hunt in this area and stuff like that. Like that's full on survival.
That makes sense. What'd you say? A plus something?
I gave you a +2.
+2? Okay. It's one success.
Okay. Well, you know the thing definitely that is pretty easy to know, which is this dude should have been back by now.
Sure.
You also like your mind starts like going to the things that could have gone wrong, right?
Mhm.
Like you're like, okay, well, it's probably not a matter of transport. Because people who are going to hunt around this time of the year in this area are not like, if they're going to go out, they're going to go out on like they're going to have a mount and not a vehicle. Because most like certain mounts are going to have a much easier time traversing this terrain than a vehicle would. So you're like, okay, well maybe like something happened to his horse and he has to come back on foot, but that doesn't check out either, because he still probably would have made it back, because the next thing you can kind of like guess is a hunter of his caliber wouldn't have to venture so far that he would be this late getting back into town. As far as like specific areas, especially like given the types of like meats and food that he keeps around here, that's beyond you. You think Cleve might be able to like be like, oh yeah, no, like if you're looking for these handful of like animals to like feed a town over Fire Night, like these are the regions you would hunt and this is the way in which you would do that. You imagine Cleve might have that specific knowledge for the area. But like that part eludes you. What you think is like maybe like you could check in with the stable master and see if Byron went out with or without a mount, and that would give you a general like idea of how far he would range out, and also how long ago his mount would have had to have like perished in order for him to be this late, which would basically give you like kind of like a radius around town that you could look. But that's about as far as you can get with it. You have nothing in the specifics as far as like cardinal directions or regions in the area. Just that kind of like immediate like kind of impression based on like what he would be hunting for in the area.
Wait. He's got to get back soon or else he's going to be lost out there in that storm.
Yeah, Manifest fucking dangerous.
Sure, but, I wonder if there's something we could do.
Maybe. Do you want to like investigate his house more, or?
Well, let's talk to your father. Your father knows sort of more about where they might have gone, and maybe we could check with the stables. I don't know. I just got into town. I shouldn't be, but a man's lost out there, so it feels like worth doing something about.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, I can get dinner started.
I mean, did you get what do you got in there? What are you thinking about whipping up?
I got a can of beans, some frozen pears, The end.
Hmm.
So probably something pear and bean forward.
Well, I know you, Maxie. You can casserole that easy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe something like I don't
I
love
saw-
like really thinking ahead in the kitchen. You know, I just sort of do what feels right.
That's right. That's that's what I taught you. And plus, Franny's got a block of cream cheese, so with that, you can really do a lot.
Yeah, beans and pears and cream cheese with 3 out of 7 on a 7-layer dip.
Yeah, it's almost like a sort of like a brie and pears sort of thing, but a brie and pear casserole, and then with beans.
We're gonna cut away to.
I'm gonna play it by ear, I think.
We're gonna cut away to Cleve and Franny, as they arrive at Pat's blacksmithing. Right at the moment where Franny and Cleve, you both are like, it's a very short walk. You're just there. At the moment that you would go to the blacksmith together, Franny Allison Vanderberg, the banker, swings by. Just kind of like looking down the way, sees you and starts off, Sheriff.
You go on ahead, Daddy. Duty calls.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
So yeah, Cleve, you walk up to the blacksmith shop to greet your friend Cleopatra Lisi, and Franny, you walk over to Allison Vanderberg, like mid-50s, comes up to you and says, Franny, sorry, Sheriff, there's a fella waiting for you at the sheriff's office. Seemed to come in with a nomad pack. I don't know much more than that. He caught my eye when he went in, and I said sheriff's not there, and he asked me to fetch you, and I don't know. I just kind of, I guess I did.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Does man have irons on him at all?
Not that I saw, Sheriff.
Okay. Well,
one thing strikes you a little bit weird. Like, Allison is nice, but like this seems like her going out of her way in a way that is uncommon for her.
Yeah.
And you actually start to see as like she says it, like she also seems a little confused about the fact that she came and got you.
I appreciate your initiative, Miss Vanderberg. Why don't you close up shop at the bank and head on home for the day?
Well, just a little bit early, but I suppose it's fire night, so everyone will appreciate it.
Yeah. Why don't you do that right now?
All right.
Okay.
And she takes like a couple steps, and you see her trying to decide whether or not to ask you if there's going to be trouble, and then doesn't ask you and continues on her way, which is much more Allison Vanderberg is like being like, not my problem.
I walk over to the sheriff's office, and on my way, I just subtly as I can, because one's a rifle, just check that my guns are loaded.
They are,
because sometimes they're not loaded because nothing ever happens here. All right.
Yeah. You have your sidearm.
I like rub off the dirt off of the little sheriff decal on my armor.
Yeah, the one thing you do is you can, if you want, you can pop open, you can pull out your sidearm if you want, and load in the 4th bullet. As just because you don't normally see that much action, you keep the chamber that the hammer is on empty.
Yeah.
In case, to reduce the chance of it misfiring in your gun belt.
I do.
So it typically
I do
only
that.
has 3 shots in it. But yeah, you pull out your little like powder box like revolver and slide in a 4th slug and then put it back in, and then you just like gently cock the lever action on your rifle.
Absolutely.
Getting both weapons just ready in case you need them. And you approach the sheriff's office, and
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, is there anything else before you enter the sheriff's office?
Oh yeah, I go around the back.
Sure.
And I come in from the back.
Sure thing. You come in from the back, you walk by the holding cells, and then you open up the door, and inside the like front end of the sheriff's office, you see a tall, thin, pale-skinned man with a buzz cut of jet black hair. His face looks young, but his body looks old. Like the way he carries himself, the way he moves, and just like in general, like his complexion and stuff seems old. But like you can tell that he's probably like 30 at the oldest.
Okay.
But like he's got heavier lines in his face than normal. And he's wearing all black, collarless, simple fabric shirt with black buttons that goes just a little past his like waist into over his thighs, and same fabric, kind of not form-fitting black slacks as well. And you see his feet are muddied in the sandals that he is wearing.
Okay.
As he stands there and regards you, crossing his hands in front of him, you see his nails are worn a little bit long. And he regards you with kind of bluish gray, almost purple colored eyes.
Okay.
And he has a
okay.
warm and friendly expression on his face. And as he turns, his head first and his body following to regard you as you walk in, you shut the door behind you, and the room seems darker than it should be. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Dang.
Dun dun dun.
So we're going to take a short break here. I got 10:20 on the clock. I'm just going to call it a 10 minute little break. So if you are watching, we're going to be right back. So refresh your drinks, use the restroom, and we're just going to take a short little 10-minute break here. See you guys in a little bit. Enjoy Waypoint, a song written by Seth. I hit the outro. I hit the outro. And now I'm hitting the intermission button.
Oh no.
That's a town.
And we're back. I made funny noises during the break. Okay, so anyone who's just joining, we have the Kumilican family. Cleve and Paige Kumilican, Franny Kumilican, Wills, and Max Burton. All members of the family. Max and Franny, twins. Cleve and Paige, parents. Cleve and Paige, part of the Flywheeler Nomad Pack, arriving here in Fenton, the town that Franny is a... I'm getting a little bit of choppiness. Well, hopefully that will pass. The town that Franny is the sheriff of. Max has passed through town. It is Fire Nights, the planet-wide occurrence turned planet-wide. What's the word I want? Atmospheric occurrence that has been turned into a holiday, where storms ravage the planet. So people have kind of come together and shut themselves in to protect each other from the storms. It's a time of gathering, a time of giving, a time of appreciation, and a time of survival on Manifest. We are in the town of Fenton, a small town in the wastes that is starting to hunker down in the middle of Fire Nights, leading up to proper Fire Night, which is 4 days away. We are partway through one of those days right now, as the family has been reassembled. Cleve is revisiting his old friend Cleopatra Lisi, the blacksmith of Fenton. Paige is with Max, the two of which are trying to find out if there's a way for them to save Fire Night's dinner tonight. And also potentially look into the missing butcher in town, Bryson. Wait, Bryson? Yeah. Byron. God, weird. I don't know where Bryson came from. Byron Finley Byron, the proprietor of the butcher shop, who should have made it back in town by now for his hunt, so that he could start selling his wares to the Flywheelers, so that they could make all sorts of fun meals during their Fire Nights celebrations. Cleve is with Cleopatra in the blacksmith. Max and Paige are at the butcher shop, basically shopping and leaving some spurs behind as they grab what little bit there is there. And Franny has entered the sheriff's office, where a stranger is waiting for her, someone who requested to speak to the sheriff of Fenton. Franny, a little on edge, walks in and is regarded by a tall, slender man with dark clothing, dark hair, pale skin. I mentioned before, he wears his nails a little bit long. The other notable aspect, a feature on his hands, as he kind of moves to speak with you, he shifts one hand over the other, and you see on the hand that was previously hidden, there is a crude tattoo that looks like a circle, but neither side of the circle fully touch, as there are two lines that kind of parallel cut through the center of the circle, separating the other two halves. I wouldn't even say halves, other two like fifths of the circle that are not part of that channel of parallel lines. And the lines are jagged and scuffed, as the circles are pristine and geometric. Black ink against this pale white hand. And he speaks to you. Hello, Mrs. He waits for you to respond.
It's Sheriff Kumilican Wales.
Sheriff. I am Dimitri Giannis. I stand here before you, a humble messenger, for individuals of great import. A vanguard, if you will. In the spirit of the holiday, my employer has sent me to visit your humble home with a gift and a proposition.
Wait.
He stands eerily still as he talks. His hands every once in a while, one shifting over the other as he talks, the rest of his body perfectly still. The gift comes in the form of a warning. Powers beyond your ken have taken an interest in the town of Fenton and wish to rid you of its burden. The individuals I speak for will not and cannot be averted from their goal. Now, we take no pleasure in the idea of violence, but we will not hesitate to snuff out every soul in this trench of a town if you force our hand. You see, we've watched Fenton from afar, Sheriff. We know this town is home to one fighter of note, and she stands here before me. Then, like, as the tension is kind of like in the room and he sees you regarding him, he smiles friendly and moves his arms just a little bit more. Not fully putting his hands up or anything, but like where his hands were in front of his waist, he kind of like props up the fingers. And he goes, which leads me to the generous aforementioned proposition. One for which you should be eternally grateful. As we speak, the nomad pack known as the Flywheelers are unloading multiple lockers transported here with my person. Within, you will find a total sum of 1,500 spurs and all manner of supplies. Enough for you and anyone here you care about to start over. Far, far away from Fenton. Should you step out of our way, it can all be yours. Refuse, and you'll be able to watch the people of Fenton torn asunder before you're allowed your final breath.
Sir, I didn't catch your name. Can you repeat it for me?
Dimitri Drianis, and you are Sheriff Franny Kumilican Wills.
Mr. Giannis, you have made a grave error in judgment. Unfortunately. You see, you've walked in here to my town, to my house, to my office, and you have threatened every single person that I know and love. Your gift, if it exists, what good does that do? It's Fire Nights. Anybody who's traveling now is in terrible, terrible danger.
Please, Sheriff, the Flywheelers are more than capable of reaching the next town over. They only choose Fenton out of their familial connection here.
So I have this to say to you. You are going to give me the name of your employer.
I most
Where
certainly
they
will
are.
not. Also not an
Where
option.
they are. And how they have engaged you. And then, maybe, I'll be interested in some leniency. Otherwise, I believe Fenton's about to become your home for a very long time as well.
Without like breaking that small smile, he looks down, looks up again, slowly raises up his hands for shackles, and he goes, I am but the messenger. If you wish to refuse our proposition, you may. The methodology of my employer will become apparent to you within the next night. You need to put me in a cell? Feel free. But really, consider with yourself whether that is best for this town and for you. And I need you to roll either warding or discipline.
Dang.
As that slight purple tinge within his gray-blue eyes seems to envelop his irises for just a moment.
May I maybe like roll awareness or something
Not to resist an insight power.
to activate my own first?
Oh, interesting. I don't.
No, it's fine.
Here's what we'll do. If you want to roll challenge, I'll let you roll challenge first. Because a lot of your conversation kind of like led to that kind of posturing and like stance, right? And so if you win the challenge, instead of you doing like a quick draw showdown against this guy, I will let you use an insight power first.
Okay. I don't know if this insight power that I'm about to activate is actually going to help me, but maybe it will.
This is a wild question, but does playing the player come up in this situation?
If someone's using challenge, you can use playing the player and challenge,
Sure.
but not in the resistance of an insight power.
When uses Serpent's Tongue against you, you can.
Yeah,
it's
I also
sort of a
have
weird edge
Serpent's Tongue,
case.
and so I was like hoping to like, I don't know. It's probably nothing.
You are up against a 7 with this challenge. Unless I guess I said that before you had a chance to use any of your.
It's okay. Wait. Oh no, I don't get the bonuses because we're not shooting. I have 2 9s.
Okay. Yeah. So, here's what happens. His eyes begin to fill with purple. What is your tell? We know that your twin's tell is used to be that the luminescent energy passed around their body, and now they have tattoos over those channels so that the tattoos move around their body. What about you? What's your tell?
It used to be just like regular bog standard. My eyes would glow, but recently, and I haven't done a lot of illuminated stuff recently. It has manifested in the tattoo on my arm. There's a flower there, and it glows and sort of like moves like it's in the wind.
Sure. So his eyes begin to fill with purple light. And in that exact moment, the lines of your tattoo kind of look as if they're being touched by sunlight from a certain angle and blown in a breeze that's not there. And the two of you stare at each other. And he concedes. And he doesn't use his insight power against you. And he stands down.
Great. Well, and I will just on his unless he's retracted his
No. He stands there perfectly like that eerie still stance, his hands out. You see just the smallest amount of recognition as he realizes you are illuminated as well.
Mm-hmm.
You don't, without a roll, you have no idea why he stopped.
Mm-hmm.
But he does stop. And the last thing he said to you was, really, really consider whether this is something you want to do.
Mm-hmm. And then I don't ever touch him. So I just say, if you'd step back, please.
He pulls back. You have cuffs on him now, right?
Yeah. And I just chink, shut the door, unlock it.
Oh, sure. You guide him towards the cell. The cells are behind, like he's in the front of
Mm-hmm.
the, so you have to kind of like, you gesture, he walks in front, and then you have him step out of the way. You open up the cell. He steps in, and you shut it. He gives you no fuss, and he stops speaking.
Okay.
But forever, that calm, friendly, gentle half smile on his face.
Okay. So, Mr. Giannis, I have one more question. Did you think that it would work? Did you think this would work?
He goes to the back of the cell, sits down, breaking his gaze with you, looks at the blank wall across from him, his hands gently resting on his knees, his fingertips somewhat steepled in his handcuffs.
I don't have in the sheriff's office. I don't have a mind cuff, do I?
No.
I used it on Max too many times and it broke.
It's relatively new technology these days.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine.
A small town in the middle of the waste is not gonna have a lot of privy to that.
No, I'm just curious. Okay. I don't have a system for this. I know he's illuminated. Max is supposed to come here in 30 minutes. I will wait calmly.
All right. We will cut to Cleve. Cleve, you are with your good friend Cleopatra Lisi. You open up, it's like you never left the shop. It is packed, it is hot, it is strewn with half-finished projects, and not looming over the forge, but like in the back, kind of like ducking down under some like hanging tools. You see the face of your friend Pat, and she goes, "I thought I heard you."
That's right. How you doing, Pat? And I go over and we kind of do our little we do like a toe tap. It's a thing that we've done since we were kids. We tap one toe, tap the other toe, and then go in for a hug.
Yeah, it's hilarious now that she has so heavily paced you and growth.
Oh yeah, I have to like raise my foot all the way up. Actually, kind of hurts.
Like she barely moves, and you're like doing a whole dance. And then she pulls you in for a hug. Steps back, looks at you, and goes, "Well, damn, you're getting old."
Oh, right back at you.
Yeah, I feel it too. And she like touches like her back and like stretches out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, give me a hand here. Reach on into that furnace there and grab that thing. Go put on the glove first and then reach in that furnace and grab that thing.
I was going to put on the glove first, of course. And I kind of slide it on and grab whatever she's asking me to grab.
Yeah, it's just like a big piece of like, it looks like a half finished bit of like something she's welding for the LRC tower that you're able to like grab with like clamps and like reach or like pull it over and like quench it in the water. Steam shoots up. And then she goes, "Well, how you been there, Cleve? Feel like I only get to see you once a season."
It's funny how that works out, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's been fine, you know. Business has been not bad. I've made a little bit of progress on that compound I was talking to you about. I know that I can find it wherever I find that plant, that red plant that grows, and then underneath that, usually I can dig a little bit of it up. So I tried to purify it a little bit, and well, it's Fire Night, so I got you a little something.
Did you
And
just?
I pass her the sack that I have.
She takes it and opens it up.
It's filled with pellets of compound Q because I can't figure out what I should call this thing. So this is just what I'm calling it for now. I don't even know if it really is a compound, but it's those little pellets that you can pour in and mix with metal to make an alloy with. And I thought maybe she could experiment with it.
She like looks at it and holds it up and goes, "Well, if this is for eating, I'm gonna finish it in one night."
No, please don't eat that. I haven't tested it that far. Maybe you should eat it. Just a little bit though. No, don't. It's not worth the risk. Okay. I thought, if you poured it in with a different kind of metal, maybe you could see what kind of effects happen. I don't know what you have spare lying around, but
Well, damn,
I
it looks
figured
like
it
you
was
already
worth
done a
a
little bit of work yourself. She says as she kind of sets the sack off to the side and like bends over and like gently like pulls your new recall cables from Paige over. This cable that attaches your tools to like your like wrist armor. And she sees like the interwoven bits of the compound. She goes, "You come up with that yourself, or is that your old lady?"
Oh, three guesses. Obviously, is Paige. She, I guess she got sick of me losing my hammers, so hopefully I can hang on to this pair that she made me.
Well, damn, she's smart as a whip. I mean, from what you told me about this thing in LRCs, if it works half the way you think it might, that's going to help with the friction burn on your cables, and they're going to last a long time. Might not ever have to replace them things.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Reducing the heat would definitely make them last for a little bit longer. Smart as a whip, like you said.
Yeah, well, I don't know what she sees in your dumbass, but cheers to you, I guess.
Yep. Cheers to me for being the luckiest man alive, I guess. And I assume that she's poured me a cup.
Yeah, she like swings around with big mugs. You like grab one.
My friend is a pint.
And she goes, "Well, damn, I got you something as well."
Oh, I wasn't even expecting it. Oh, how
Please.
kind of you. What a friend.
Come on. Like you ain't expecting at this point. Look, here. I remember you came through town a little ways ago, and you was talking about how the landings were a little harder to stick. And I mean, look at you. You're as old as dirt. You're ancient. You need something to help you out a little bit. And she pulls out like a thing wrapped up in a cloth, and she folds them out, and you see what looks like the bottom of shoes, but not shoes, and they're very smooth. And as you like reach out and touch them, they're like very, very like gentle. And she goes, "I call these insoles." Yeah, I heard about them. People up in Alonestead been making them for geriatrics and whatnot. And she like punches you in the shoulder. But they ought to give you a little bit extra cushioning on your feet, and you'll be surprised. Your feet is like the baseline. Like if you was a tree, them the roots, right? And the roots need to be taken care of, and the rest of the tree just kind of falls in place. That's like how we're built or whatnot. I don't know. I listened to some preacher sometime or something.
Preacher telling you about shoes, sure.
Yeah, some cryptic doctor, I don't know, he was going on and on about how the feet was, you had to root down the feet or whatnot. What I gathered from it was that like maybe people needed better shoes, so I implemented that in, and hey, turns out it's actually a whole damn thing. So this ought to help you. I made them special to your size, so they should just be able to, you just go ahead, kick them off. I'll go ahead and take care of them. Oh damn, you've been taking good care of these. She says as she like regards your boots and like rips out the soles and like slides in these like new soles into your boots and like starts like doing some cobbler work on your shoes.
Yeah, just when I thought you couldn't make these old boots any better, you somehow found a way.
Well, you keep getting older and fatter, and I don't know what else to do but to keep making them bigger.
Oh, sure, yeah, because you've been the small one in our relationship for a while.
She like taps her like her like side and goes, "Every year's another 10 pounds," and like cheers to you and takes a drink.
Yeah, this is why Cleve really likes Pat, because she doesn't mind that he is socially awkward, and usually just takes it in stride.
And then she finishes up on your boots and she goes, "Oh, one more thing before I forget. I got something for your kid, Franny."
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it was just something. I had this idea, and I don't know if it was anything or it was nothing, but I thought it might be like a good thing in general. I don't know. It ain't nothing, all right. But just in case, sometimes I get a picture in my head of a thing and I build it out, and I was like, what is this for? And I can only think maybe the sheriff is the one to go for it. So, anywho, I tried out this new polymer on my ammunition, and it turns out it works out pretty dang well. So here's some rounds for her. I mean, she's out there keeping Fenton safe and whatnot. I figure she might need the best, and you can just go ahead and tell her someone done traded that to me. I mean, it ain't my best work, so I don't need my stamp on it or nothing. But I figured maybe she could make better use of it. I mean, ain't no one here buying armor-piercing rounds out here in Fenton. I mean, maybe Byron, but he's fine. He don't use guns too much. He likes to stay quieter.
Well, that's awfully kind of you.
Well, like I said, you can just tell her it was a barter and some guy rolled through town and whatnot.
I'll tell her. Yeah, no. Yeah, had nothing to do with you. You just thought of her and we're just thinking about it.
No, I just needed. It was taking up space, is what it was doing. That's what I already talked to her about it. Yeah, right. Exactly. So you might as well just go ahead and ship it over to me. I don't think she's gonna swing by anyway. So you just go ahead and do your job and take my stuff to someone else.
You got it, Pat. Hey, are we on for a game of cards after Friday night?
Yeah, as long as you also invite Max. I need someone to challenge me at the table. I need someone who with a little bit of guile. And I mean, ain't no reason to gamble around here unless Max is in town.
Yeah, that I believe. I'm trust me when I say I've lost more than a few games to them.
Yeah, well, I ain't never felt better losing to no one.
Fair enough. Well, and I'll see you. We'll see how the storm pans out, but maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, well, my hip's telling me it's going to be a doozy.
Oh, good to know. I'll make sure that Franny battens down the hatches.
Yeah, you go ahead and you tell her.
Cheers. And I think Cleve downs his drink. I think they probably both down their drinks together before he heads out.
Yeah. Paige and Max, you're exiting the butchers. Whereabouts are the two of you headed? Together or separate?
Yeah, I guess Franny told me to meet at the office in like a half hour, so like I guess we're in there. I mean, what do you want to? You want to be like a detective or something, man? Find this dude out in the wilds?
Oh, well, I mean, I'd be worried. I am worried about, this fella out there on his lonesome.
Yeah, I mean, but like, that's his job, right? He goes out, he hunts. Sometimes he's out there on his own doing hunting, and then he comes back, and that just sort of happens.
Sure, but he's got to be back today, or else he might not make it back. And then the town's out of butcher, and I bet it would help Franny out if we just sort of took a look around, took care of it.
Yeah, no, probably driving the family out into the storm in the middle of fire nights. That's gonna help Franny out.
Yeah, saving a folk. everyone hopping in the bus? Sure. Oh, did you want to help then? Oh, well, that's so nice of you, Max.
And as we approach the sheriff's office, Franny Ma thinks she's like a detective or something as we walk in. Oh, holy shit. When did the Crypt Keeper roll into town?
Yeah, we have a guest that I was not expecting. So till the LRC clears, sky clears enough for the LRC to get out and the marshals can come by here, I gotta stick around the office. So anything in the house is yours, Max. And
Yeah, the fuck is this guy's deal? It's fucking creepy. He's just staring at the wall.
he's I look at mama, and then I look back over at at Max and go, I'm pretty sure he's extremely illuminated, and I ain't right comfortable leaving him alone.
Nah, that makes sense. He's cranked to the gills on the juice, right? Dangerous dude.
Sure. Well, hey, Maxie, go help your sister. I gotta talk to your father anyway.
All right. He's
Wait a second. Hold on. I've been preoccupied. Why are you a detective?
Oh, I just, Mr. Byron's missing, and I figured, well, I could talk to Cleve. We could maybe see whereabouts he might be, and just sort of, go take a look, make sure he's doing all right.
So
Just a quick little thing. Just
you want to head
you don't
out
have to
into the
worry about it.
storm.
yeah, he wants to take the whole family
Mama,
on the bus.
You want to head out into the storm so that if there is one person lost, there's the potentiality of more people becoming lost for me to go and fetch.
More people wouldn't be lost.
When I've already got a person that I got to take care of here.
Yeah, it's fucking ghouls hanging out over here.
Your twin might not have been very clear. No, I would be driving, so everything would be fine.
Yeah, Freddie Mom
in
would be
the
driving,
bus.
so it's totally fine.
Yes.
Mr. Byron's an extremely good hunter. If he's really stuck out there, he's able to take care of himself. He might be in worse for wear, but the only person who might even be a little bit ready to go and find him is Daddy. And Daddy's not a good pilot, so.
Oh, you don't say that about your father. I've only had to rescue him a few times these last few years. I mean, it's been more the last few years, but I think that's the pack more than it's him. He's got to take a look at that thing. I got to take a look at that thing. I'm gonna go talk to your father. You two kids. Mama. Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
no,
dear.
let her leave. Let her leave.
Would you please not leave town without talking to me first?
Sure. I might leave town. I'm going to go talk to your father.
Not before you come and talk to me, Mama.
And Paige turns and walks out.
All of you can take a grit.
Oh, yay.
Yay. But also,
Is that the three people in that scene?
No, everyone can take a grit. I'm spending 2 grit.
That's terrible. I hate that.
I just spend 2 grit to play to the gallery and everything's fine. Proceed.
Hey, is this fuck using an insight power?
I spent 2 grit. You don't know what it is?
oh, sorry. I thought you were spending 2 grit to do like this happens and not the.
No,
Gotcha.
I spent 2 grit on a roll that I rolled, and I also rolled other rolls. I did a whole bunch of rolls, and I needed to spend 2 grit to make it land in place.
Tommy, honestly, you should be listening to this glittering role play. I feel like, stop with the rules. Whatever's going on there.
Oh no, they're
I feel it's
done.
probably
You can
not
proceed.
Yeah, what's this fucking dude's deal? I like head over to the cell, like look at him.
Max, he's
What? He's gotta like either touch me or like reach out with the powers of his mind. And like if he's gonna reach out with the powers of his mind, like listen, I got it handled.
You hear just like a wind that's not there for a second, Max. Just like a
Are these bars wide enough that you can like reach an arm through?
yes, but the cells are also deep enough that you can't reach this guy specifically.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to, there's no roll involved. It's not a proper inside power, but there is like a very legitimately spooky thing that is just like this like passing like whispering wind that is not
Yeah,
there.
no, I asked not because like I was in the defensive. I asked because I was gonna grab him and clang his head into the bars and knock him the fuck out.
Yeah, it happens like right as you're like, he either has to reach out or do a thing. And like, as you're saying it, there's just this like kind of like chill that passes over as if there's some presence here that you didn't quite feel.
Yeah, all right. Hey, listen, my man, Nosferatu, you hang out for a second. When I go out and talk with my sister. And I come back over to Franny. Hey, you got like shock darts or something?
I have a whole arm. Do I? I don't know. I don't know what.
I think you
is it
probably
only
have
the-
in the sheriff's office. You have some shock darts.
I feel like I have like some shock darts and maybe like a tranquil, like a sleep dart, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Hey.
That can be in the armory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got like shock darts or something?
Yes.
Hey, you should
Why?
shoot this guy until he goes to sleep. Listen, I know you think I'm hot-headed and I like jump the gun and I get into stuff that's like a little bit outside of my range. I'm extremely illuminated and I'm very good at this. You should shoot this guy until he goes to sleep.
That's
Why the marshal gonna come and say, "Oh no, what happened?" And then you say he was resisting arrest. I had to shoot him until he went to sleep.
I don't love that.
Well, I mean, we're out of options here, Franny.
Franny, you look over and you see as Dimitri stands up, walks over to the cot, and then gently lays down.
Yeah, and that's fine. Shoot him till he's like for sure.
Like he's not even closing his eyes. He is like still like hands steepled in front of him in the handcuffs. He just lays down and looks at the ceiling now.
All right, you ever read a book, Franny? This is like
No,
dude,
I
with-
can't. Fine. What if he can just do what you do?
We'll just keep shooting them. Hey, nobody can do what I do.
Okay. Mr. Giannis, you have two choices. I can help you go to sleep, or you can help me help you go to sleep.
He's laying there, hands steepled over his chest in the handcuffs, staring at the ceiling, and he says, after probably a longer pause than you would like, says,
Yeah, he's talking to people in there.
"Do what it is you need to do, Sheriff. I am
I will take that as consent.
but a message." You shoot him with a couple shark darts, and mid-sentence he passes out.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Okay.
That shit's fucking scary.
No, I mean it is scary. It is scary. Is there another person?
Actually,
Can
when
you
he
check?
becomes unconscious, the light seems to return to the room a little bit.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, you can see that though,
Okay,
right?
yeah, no, I see it. I see it.
That's fucked up, Franny.
Max, I'm so out of my depth here. I don't.
You want me to dig around in there, see what's going on in that fucking dome of his?
What if he like? What if he like makes you do a thing?
I mean, that's it, Franny. The only person in this whole goddamn world who can make me do a thing is sitting in the sheriff's chair right now. You get a sheriff's chair for being sheriff? I don't know how it works.
It's a regular chair. It's the badge that
That
makes
sucks. You
the
should get a
sheriff.
better chair.
No, I
My
mean it's a
point
nice chair. I just,
It's fine. I've seen better chairs. The point is
it's
this.
worn in. It's not. It's nice.
Point is this. That ain't gonna happen. He's asleep. All right. I met a lot of illuminated folks. Ain't none of them could do that
Okay,
shit while they're asleep.
I am shooting you if you.
Yeah, listen, if I
Expert.
freak out and get like go psycho or whatever, yeah, just keep shooting me until I go to sleep. I consent to this arrangement.
Okay. I reload.
So you unlock the cell.
Can you just reach him from where he is?
Nope.
Okay, so they have to go into the cell. They go into the cell. You got to go into the cell. It's a real quick. And I lock it again.
Yeah,
You
that's
lock
fine.
Max in the cell
This is a
Yeah, this
terrible.
is
idea.
with Dimitri
I'm
Giannis.
so glad Mama left.
Yeah, I just palm his whole fucking face.
What power are you using?
I use read thoughts.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, sure.
I will spend 2 grit and bamboozle you.
Okay.
I want to know what's going on in this fucking dude's dome. Probably some fucking vampire shit.
All right, you were up against a 12. Oh, wait. Bamboozled twice?
Yeah.
All right, let me spend 2 grits. You're up against a 12. You get a grit, Max.
All right.
Does that put you up to
I
7?
get a
Did I
grit.
get that
I'm
right?
your 2. Can I have a grit?
No.
Fine.
It does put me up to 7.
Okay, cool. I want to make sure I got the negative right earlier. All right, yeah, so you're up against a 12.
Yeah, I got none that hits over 12.
You got one that gets a success?
No, I got nothing.
Oh, okay. How many successes, or what's your highest?
I got a 4.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. So this man is unconscious.
Yeah, let me describe my towel before you describe what happens.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the tattoos sort of contract in on themselves and then spread down towards my hand. And the pattern they turn into is sort of like Max doesn't understand that this is what they is. It's sort of like nerve endings and neurons. And then they sort of like gently ripple up towards me from this guy.
Yeah, just like whoop. And this man is unconscious. By rights, while you might not be able to get, like, if you were to get low successes.
Yeah, I might not do a great job, but he can't kick me out.
Yeah, he's not stopping you. And, like, maybe if you only got, like, 1 success, like, there would be no surface thoughts because he would be unconscious.
Yeah.
But instead, he's completely unconscious. You use enough. How many successes did you get if it was unopposed?
3.
Yeah, so you did enough to, like, be able to dig in and, like, see some stuff that maybe he wouldn't, like, have at the front of his mind. But as you kind of channel that luminescent energy forward into this man's mind, you are hit with a stone wall that buffets you back, and you hear again, like, behind you, as your hand is forcibly removed from his head.
Jesus.
And you're unable to get anything. And I will say, like, the things you know are that he could not have been the one that resisted that.
Somebody else is watching out for this goon.
Yeah.
Jesus, holy, okay. All right, Fran, we got a problem.
Okay.
Because somebody else is watching out for this dude.
Like here?
You hear that weird, like, ghost whispers around you?
You have not, Franny.
No.
Yeah, all right. This ain't a thing I can do, but, like, Tommy, let me ask this. Like, Max is very illuminated and very open about being illuminated and, like, is happy to talk to people about being illuminated. I think it is reasonable with how well traveled that Max is to, like, know about the illuminated powers that are out there. Do you think that makes sense?
Go ahead and roll connection. Take it at a +4.
Okay.
Because of how well traveled you are.
Yeah, that's 2 successes.
This is weird. This doesn't follow what you understand to be normal illuminated methodology.
Okay. Do you think it's reasonable that Max would know about, like, specific other powers that people can have? Because obviously this is not a thing. I know the rules. This is a thing that doesn't fall into, like, necessarily what I am aware of as a player.
Mm-hmm.
But like Max doesn't have what's a good one? Like, Max doesn't have telepathy, right? Do you think it's reasonable that Max knows about telepathy? Right?
Yeah. I think you as a player know some of the staples, like the things that are commonly grabbed. Max knows all of those.
Okay. Okay, so, like, he's fucking asleep. And I can't get into his head. And, like, I did it good before you asked.
Okay. So does
So,
that
like,
mean that
somebody or something else is watching out for this dude and, like, is aware enough of what's happening here to protect him. The fuck did this guy say? Why'd you arrest him? Because, I mean, listen, if I saw this dude, jail immediately. But, like, that usually isn't your bag.
Okay. And I unlock the door and I let Max out, and then I shut the door and I lock it again. Okay. Well, he came in and said that he was a messenger for his employer.
Well, that's
And-
never good.
Yeah. And that he had to, or he encouraged the entire town to pack up and leave forever. And that there was payment in the crates that the flywheelers brought in with him, because he came in on with the pack. Or else there would be, like, fire and brimstone and retribution and all that.
That's fucked up, Franny. Did we check the packs? Is there money and shit?
No, I've just been here.
Not that smart. He's fucking creepy.
So at first I was like, well, obviously, like, he's like, somebody wants, they found, like, pyrithium or luminescence under here or something, right? And they're just trying to be, like, creepy and scare us off so that they can, like, mine here.
Hey, if they're this fucking creepy, trying to scare everyone out of this town, and there's actually money and supplies in those crates, maybe you guys should move. This guy sucks.
The thing is I was, like, very clear. I was kind of like it was kind of like a F you sort of situation.
Yeah, but you said it to him and he's knocked out and he doesn't know this conversation's happening now.
But somebody does.
Yeah, which sort of feels like maybe it's making my point for me here, Franny.
Right.
Listen, you're a good shot, right? And, like, I'm a brawler. Like, I'll punch a dude in the face, no questions asked if you need me to. But, like, if someone's coming here to, like, kill this town and they gave you money and supplies for the town to go somewhere else, it kind of seems like the town should go somewhere else. As much as I don't like the flywheelers, like fuck Barty forever, but like they could drive to the next town over, I bet, before it's real bad. And they gotta take us in over there. It's fucking Fire Knights.
I guess. Yeah. Oh, well, maybe I have a town meeting, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you gotta. Like, it
Or,
makes sense. You probably gotta tell people
well,
if
like
you want them to move.
I mean, I'm the only authority there is. There isn't like a mayor or like I own the general store. I am sort of like the establishment here a little bit. But like this is the kind of stuff that like Iris would really do. Um, okay. Well,
I think first things first, we go see if there's money and supplies, right?
yeah,
The whole
no,
shit's sort of moved. I mean,
right.
honestly, if there's only one of those two things, or even like half of one of those two things, maybe we do it anyways.
Okay. Um, you can't go sniffing around the pack for that though.
Nah, they'll fucking hate that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I sort of love it because of that, but I don't think it'll work. I can watch this dude while you go look around.
Okay, just like don't die.
No, I'm not going. Jesus, you think he's gonna fucking kill me?
I don't know. There's another creepy person just like invisible here. Like you're like very illuminated crypt keepers, scary vampires. Like it's like sentient boo hags or something. Like I don't know. Ugh.
Yeah, no, I hate it. Listen, I'm really fucking hard to kill. All right, people have tried.
Well, I don't love that.
It was mostly their fault.
That tracks. Okay. I guess okay. Well, I can't leave anybody else here with him. It's got to be you, Max. Is that okay?
No, it's gotta be me.
Okay.
Like, unless anybody
Um,
else in this town is fucking
I
crazy
walk over
illuminated.
and I go and open up a drawer and I say, "Do not make me regret this." And I hand you a deputy star.
Oh shit! This is it. Finally, I have ascended to my final form. This is what it's been leading to. All my journeys have led me here to be a deputy in Fenton.
Give it back then.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Under no circumstances will you be receiving this back.
And I guess I'm gonna go get
Oh, you should go talk to mom and dad before they
Cleve.
straight
Yeah,
up
Daddy.
fly the fuck out of town looking for
Yeah.
this Byron dude.
No. But what he's got to come back. What if he comes back in there like? Okay, that's another bridge that I will cross after I get everybody else kind of squared away. Okay, I'm gonna go get Daddy, who's over with Miss Cleopatra, and then I will go tell Mama the like less scary version of this, and she'll cry because of it'll ruin Fire Nights, and then we'll see if it's real or if this guy's just real creepy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
That sounds good, right?
Yeah, you're doing
Okay.
great. You're handling this very well.
Okay, great. Don't die. And I like leave.
I am gonna use my sort of regular once a day resilience roll, for no reason.
Did you overextend to use your?
No, I still got 8 fucking shine left, but I'm
Okay.
trying to like really get,
You want to have more shine.
There's
Okay.
a goddamn fucking ghost in this room, all right? Ain't enough. I don't care what the show says.
Paige, you were going to the stables, right? Or where were you heading after you parted ways with them?
I was heading to find Cleve.
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. You knew that he was going. You are surprised. Well, I guess you're not surprised because Franny is there at the office, so you know Franny's not with Cleve. You bump into Cleve as Cleve is leaving Pat's, And the two of you, I'm assuming, Paige, you basically just catch Cleve up on like what's going on.
Sure.
So like Cleve, you kind of get the rundown. Like Byron's missing. It's strange. It's weird. Also, Franny has like a weird guy. It's might not be related. Like there's like basically the two of you are able to get like the full picture of the both of you as far as Paige is able to see it. Paige having been there for a lot of it. And as like you're kind of making your way back towards the sheriff office, you run into Franny, who is heading in your direction.
So you're saying if we don't find the butcher, then our Fire Night's dinner is gonna be a pear cream cheese and bean casserole?
Yeah, I don't know what else we can scrounge up around
We
here.
gotta find this butcher, dear. I don't know if I can stomach that.
We need a roast. We just need a roast, and that's all there is to
It's
it.
classic, you know.
It's
What's
Fire
Fire Night's with
You
that?
need a
roast?
roast. You gotta have a roast.
If someone had cargo that they didn't pick up that you brought in, where would it be?
Oh,
So the general answer to that is either at the LRC tower for another Nomad pack or at the stables for someone to pick up here. And Paige, you just know, because you're not one of the old folks, but you are one of the higher ups in the pack. Like, you just know that there was someone traveling with the pack who had a series of storage lockers that were premium transport, like top dollar paid for. And were like unloaded at the stables. You even saw Birdie like directing Royal, like, hey, these need to be taken care of, set them over there.
oh, sure. Yeah, no, I remember that guy. Real high roller.
Where are they?
Do I know like whereabouts?
Yeah, they're just at the stable.
Okay, cool.
It's pretty standard practice, like, for the stables to hold on to, like, because basically there's no LRC operator, so the stables kind of, like, for the flywheelers specifically, the stables kind of doubles as a post office for, like, premium paid cargo.
Sure. Yeah, over at the stables. Hey, what's going on, hon?
Okay, come with me. So we have to. I'm commandeering his stuff. I gotta open it up.
As Franny leads you in that direction, Paige and Cleve, you do not need a discipline roll to tell that your daughter is scared. Both you can tell your daughter is confused and scared and on edge.
So,
I think
ahead.
Paige sort of shoots Cleve a look.
Well, Franella, what's going on? What can I help with?
Yeah, what can we do?
Are we in danger?
I don't know until I open these crates. Just please
Okay.
come with me.
Let's go.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, we're here for you.
And I walk into the stables and I grab a crowbar and just like immediately open the packages without really like talking to anybody.
Yeah,
or
one of the
anything.
stable hands sees you moving up and goes, Miss, Sheriff, and like sees Cleve and Paige of the flywheelers walking with you and you walking up crowbar style and like kind of like just with the three of you looking in this person's direction. He steps back. He goes, all right.
Shoot a nice family look.
Yeah. Franny, you grab the crowbar. You walk over, slam it into the locker, pop it right open, and you see a significant number of supplies, and you see a few identical cargo crates within. And as you press the like center button on those, and they open up. Based on the size of these cargo containers and the amount of spurs that are in this cargo container you're looking at, you would venture to say there's probably 1,500 spurs here. Because the cargo container you're looking at a glance, has somewhere over 300 spurs in it. And there's 4 cargo containers.
That's a chunk of change.
Oh, my dear Lana.
Right.
Are these stolen?
No, they are a gift. Can you Can you get somebody to load these back up?
Oh, sure. What's
Sure,
the
yeah.
stable guy's name? I had Jethro in my head. I was going to just say.
This is Jethro.
Oh, sure. Jethro, could you pack these back up for us?
It's Jet.
I know. Right, short for Jethro. You told me this, right? Didn't you say?
I'll tell you every time. You want these back in the car?
Yeah, if it's not too much trouble there.
Do I think these are any safer in the bus?
You're not usually the one to tote around cargo. That's not your job. The cargo
Yeah.
you tote around is like the kids.
People.
Yes.
Not even people. There's also transports for like general passengers. Like Paige's cargo is like the kids.
It's
So
children.
usually you don't want to put precious cargo in with the kids because then bandits might want it.
Yeah, that's bad.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just like, yeah. Mr. Adams said, do what the flywheelers want. They get fair game because they give us cuts on our transports. You want this in that car over there? Points at one of the cargo vehicles.
That's the one.
Sure,
That's
I'll do
perfect there,
fine.
Jeff.
It's just Jet.
Right, that's what I said.
Closes it up. And goes, that's a lot of spurs as he walks away.
Well, don't you worry about it, Jem.
Okay. So then, okay. So, is, Royal around anywhere?
You don't see him immediately. He might be in another part of the stables, or he might be somewhere else in town.
Okay. Okay. The saloon is correct. Okay. Okay. Okay.
What do we need
Cleve
to do?
and Paige, you see Franny doing a ton of mental math, sort of collapsing in on herself as she tries to figure out exactly how to handle the situation correctly.
Okay. The saloon, and then the inn, and then door to door. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Okay. And Franny starts walking towards the saloon.
Hey, hon, can we make any of these stops for you? What's going on?
I think they need to come probably from me. Is the thing. Do not freak out.
Sure.
Thunder in the distance.
Okay. The gentleman that I currently have in one of my holding cells is an extremely illuminated person who was hired to transport those crates here as an offering to basically buy our town. And then they said if anybody didn't leave, that they would sort of like murder them. So, and it's sort of like a leave and never come back situation. And that's enough to start a new town. And, Fenton has fresh water, which is real good, but like there's water other places. And I can't be responsible for everybody dying. I mean, that's the pack and all of Fenton. And so I think at first I was like, of course not, get in my cell. But then it was not just that. So there was more precipitated, and I think that there's non-combatants here that need to be kept safe. So I think evacuation today or maybe tomorrow morning before the winds really get bad. It's only by, even in the bad winds, it's probably only like 18 hours or something to the next town.
Sure.
So at least they can get there, and with all the supplies, then they're not a burden on the next town, and it's rather safe than sorry. And maybe this is a big prank, and I'll just lose my job, and that's fine.
What do they
Right.
want?
Hon? Yeah.
What are
Right.
they here for?
They didn't say.
But they're willing to pay out for an entire town? to get what they want, and they threaten to kill anybody who's still here. So these are bad people, and we're going to give them what they want?
No. But I can't have people who can't fight here.
Sure.
Let's get
Are
them
you
out
guys
then.
still outside the stables?
We're like in the middle of the street, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Walking around a little bit.
A voice cuts out down the street. Are you the sheriff of this here town?
I turn around.
You see a man astride a horse, flanked by a woman also astride a horse. The two of them looking a little like they've been in the wastes during fire nights on horseback. Like they're road worn. The man is wearing a long tan coat. You can see from here, at a not extreme distance, but at a bit of a distance, Franny, you can see on his hips 2 extremely good shooting irons. He has his hair pulled back into a ponytail. It's like dusty blonde, kind of graying hair. And he has a clean shaven face. He looks like he's probably he's not like super old. He's not like 50s, 60s or anything like that. Like maybe early 50s, maybe late 40s, something around there. And he has extremely sharp, piercing, bluish, almost teal eyes. And beside him is a woman who you also mark, Franny, has 2 extremely good shooting irons on her hip. She's wearing a tan jacket that ends at her waists, leather chaps, and her hair is pulled back into 2 braided buns on like the top back of her head.
Y'all maybe head inside?
Are there any identifiable markers on these folks that I could recognize and like tie to some group or some location or area?
Go ahead and roll lore at a -4.
Cool. And it rhymes. So
Yeah, lore at a
I'll write
-4
down.
or connections at a -6.
No, that's a lore. These guys don't want to play Manifest yet. Oh, that's fine. That's only 1 success.
You don't know where these guys hail from. You don't know who they are or who they swear allegiance to. But what you do know, Paige, is that those guns are gunslinger guns. You look at their hips, you see 2 people astride horses. These firing irons are not just pristinely well kept. You can spot the hard caliber augmentation to them, and the sort of like modern day hard caliber pistols are big and bulky, and gunslinger hard caliber pistols are sleek and elegant and beautiful in design. And both of these people have a pair each of gunslinger hard calibers.
Paige quickly to Franny just says, "Hey, those are gunslinger pistols. They might be here looking after the same folk that you got in your cell. I'll go start to round up the old folks in case we gotta book it."
Make sure that you take everybody. It's not just these. No, please don't just take the flywheelers.
No, I gotcha. She like looks at Cleve to see what he's up to before she starts to walk away.
I square up to these 2 individuals and I say, "I am, and who might you be?"
Well, miss, for one thing, he says as he dismounts his horse and like tosses the reins over to his partner. He doesn't approach or anything. He kind of just like steps in front, and like the horse kind of whinnies and pulls back as it's pulled on the reins. He goes, "For one thing, you can color me grateful. I didn't want to have to bother too many folk. My name is Quentin Lemaire, and I'm with the Legionnaires of Astoria. I believe your town might be in some danger, and we might just be of some help. Will you speak with me for a moment?" And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Dang.
Here in the year 222, Quentin Lemaire in the small town Fenton of the Wastes comes to assist. Those of you who watched season 1 and season 2 might be able to piece some of that together. Quentin Lemaire, not Owen Lemaire. He has very fine guns, yet it seems like there's some room for some additional etchings on those guns that has not yet been been established.
Oh,
Hey,
nice
isn't
guys.
this dude like super fucking dead?
Super beautiful guns with silver and gold, beautiful inlays within. Quentin Lemaire still very much alive.
Wow.
Amazing.
You dirty dog.
I need to go lay down.
You dirty dog.
I was trying to come up with more ways to call this guy a vampire, but the scene came back to me.
All right, so Dracula, tell me. Do they have to invite you in, or like you just came into the sheriff's office, right? So that's not a thing. Okay, cool. Hold on. I'm going to get some garlic real quick. Beautiful. All right. Here we are. That is the end of episode 1. We have revealed that this campaign takes place in the year 222. A good 205 years before the last 2 campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Way back.
Back when Quentin and Owen Lemaire were both still completely alive in flesh.
Weird.
Wow.
How weird
Yeah.
is that? So weird.
I would also like to make sure everybody knows I did not roll any grave misfires in this session.
The streak is
because I
broken.
did not roll at all.
Streak is not broken, then, maybe.
The dramatic narrative tension that carries through between episode 1 and episode 2 is, will Seth roll as poorly as he did before?
Who knows? New character.
He just can't possibly.
You can't knock on wood. Okay, honestly, knock
Because
on wood.
you can't go down from where he was.
Exactly.
Knock on
So-
wood,
so-
he very much can.
I went out and I bought a cleave die, and then I took all the rest of my dice and I put them in the dice bag and just shook it up and took out 8 more dice, and we'll just have to see how they do for the season.
Oh my gosh.
Beautiful.
Love it.
I love it
You
so
want to
much.
see? I don't know if they'll show up very well. But these are Franny's dice.
Ooh, I love
Ooh.
that.
Beautiful.
I gotta figure out new dice for Paige. I'm using my old dice.
You should
These are-
borrow some of
these-
Addie's dice. Addie has good page dice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at these and all I'm seeing is Gus. He's a Gus dice. No wonder they couldn't find things out.
I have actually been using these like orange red ones for basically the entirety, almost all of season 1, then all the way through season 2, and it's my intention to carry them through season 3.
Hell yeah. These are the anti-Owen Lemaire dice.
These dice kill Owen Lemaire.
These dice have been here from the beginning. They know how much of a shitbird Owen Lemaire is.
Yes, these dice hate Owen Lemaire.
All right. But that was Quentin Lemaire at the end. Owen Lemaire's father.
These dice are indifferent to Quentin Lemaire. I never met the man.
Yet. Okay. So this is where we enter Q&A. For anyone who is new to the stream, we end every episode with Q&A It sometimes starts a little earlier in the night, depends on the session. However, this session right now, we only have one question submitted in the Discord. However, if you are in the chat and you have a question about the game, about the players, about the characters, about this campaign, about anything, drop it in the chat. We will answer it, even if the answer is, I don't know, or I can't tell you yet. So go ahead and throw whatever questions you want in the stream chat. Meanwhile, I'm going to look at the one question that is in the backer, supporter, patron exclusive Discord. And this is from Argitlam. And it is a classic Argitlam question. And I have to ask, Addie, did you look at this beforehand?
No.
Beautiful.
This one's for you.
This is amazing. I'm so excited. Argitlam, be ready.
Is it Darkwing Duck again?
No.
I'm going to read it verbatim.
Okay.
Let's build the Forger family from Spy X family. That is Lloyd, Yor, and Anya Forger. Lloyd is a legendary spy, capable of disguising himself near perfectly, using various weapons and performing investigations. Yor is a master assassin, specializing in hand-to-hand combat with superhuman strength and reflexes. Anya is a psychic child, capable of reading minds of people and animals, which helps her communicate with her pet dog. Here's what you don't know, Argitlam. Addie has not consumed much anime or much manga. Basically no manga and a very small amount of anime. The manga...
I watched half an episode of Demon Slayer the other day.
The manga that she has consumed and loves is Spy X Family.
I really want to get the rest of the books. I only have the first 3, and I know the dog is in the next one.
So, Addie, this question is for you. Answer away.
Yeah. Okay. So, so Yor is 100% like, PAX. If PAX was better at like blend, because Yor is like this like super spy assassin, like super killer, super sneaky, and then is a very unassuming, like I think she's like a secretary during the day, and so she like blends in perfectly, and everyone's like, oh, you're so sweet, you're so nice, you're so quiet, and then she's like, yeah, and she murders everyone that's on her contract, and it's so cool. Anyway, she's dope. And then
so that's Braun, Surehands, and Moxie for the talent trees.
No, Braun, sure hands, and subtlety, and then just like very good blend. Okay. Yeah. And then like
you probably need a little bit more personality than the stat, not the like possession.
Yeah.
Pax's personality stat.
That's 100%. That's 100% Yor. And then God, I want to like run and go get the books. I'm so excited. And they made a show on Crunchyroll, and I don't have access to Crunchyroll, and I'm so sad about it. Anyway, and then Anya is a little like, I think she's 6 or 8, something like that, and she's super psychic. But she's like a child, so she's not very smart. She can just like she's like, but everybody thinks she's really smart because she just like cheats by copying out the answers out of people's heads and stuff. So she's definitely illuminated, super illuminated, with like telepathy and like read minds and a bunch of other stuff. I don't know what other stuff. I mean, so she definitely has the enlightenment tree, but I don't know what else you give her, because she's like just a kid. So she's like not strong, and she's not, I guess she's like got a pretty good personality, and she's very like, I think she probably has high personality, so she could have Moxie. She could have Moxie for sure.
And there's
Also,
just the
she
classic third talent that's like, I don't know, or the third talent tree that's like, I don't have anything else. You take hardiness.
I think probably maybe awareness because
Oh,
she's
yeah.
like so psychic that she could maybe Pinkerton. I don't know.
Or she could have the stuff in awareness that is the initiative stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's a bunch of like initiative stuff in awareness that's just
actually
like,
when people are like coming to attack them, she's like, I don't feel safe. And then like they're like, oh no. And she knows that her like mom and dad are like super spies and stuff and assassins and whatever. Anyway, it's a whole thing. Anyway, so yeah, probably like the vigilance trait.
Cool.
And then
Lloyd is all you got left.
Lloyd, who is he has like a didactic memory and like information like processing brain, so he's got to have like a ton of reasoning. He's also
honestly, like, from the description, sounds like Roland if Roland was good at fighting.
The thing is that he's also very good at all fighting. So like Lloyd is hard because he's got 4 trees, right? Because he's like extremely personable, he's extremely smart, he's very good at fighting. I guess if you have to pick a tree for fighting, it's sure hands. But he's definitely got Moxie, and he's definitely got
maybe drop, like if he has to have something else, he could drop know-how, and like he doesn't have the talents for crafting, but he has high targets in it.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. Yeah. So because he's good, he does more guns than like punching and stuff like that. But yeah, he's very like Rolandy. So he would be like very good. He's got very good personality, so he definitely has Moxie. He's very smart. So he's got a high reasoning stat and high probably stuff across the board. And then he's got sure hands. And if we're dropping know-how, then he definitely has subtlety.
The subtlety stuff feels important for spy things.
Yeah. He does cool like dead drops and like stuff like that. It's very cool. I love those books.
Argalam, you stumbled directly into Addie's secret fandom.
I've only read 3 of the books. There's 7 now, and
I got so excited when I saw this because I was like, Addie's gonna fucking lose her mind. All right,
I want to watch the show.
Okay, so that's the only question we have in the Discord, though I do see one from 10 in the stream chat, which is, when did you decide that this season would be set in an earlier timeline? Before the end of the second season, I was trying to think of what the next step would be. I think it was after Brimstone.
We had the talk when we were starting to plan this season with, I think, like 6, maybe 7 episodes left in this season.
Yeah. I think that's right. And it was basically the moment that I had the thought that might need to be it was basically like after they finished Brimstone, and I had Owen Lemaire give Leo Riggs the like super serum to make Leo Riggs like an all-powerful illuminated person, in order for as a bargaining chip, so that Leo Riggs would tell Owen Lemaire where Pax and Leonard were hiding the second gun. And then Owen took the serum himself and became like a ghost version of himself and then disappeared. Like, I was like, okay, Owen is no longer in this campaign. That was like the decision I made at that moment. I was like, this campaign is these 4 drifters versus Leo, because they don't really know what just happened there. But what they do know is that Leo has the evidence they need to be able to bring down Brimstone. And that is their ultimate battle, is how to bring down Brimstone. But there's obviously, they were witness to one of the most important events in recent Manifest history, which was this meeting between Owen Lemaire and Leo Riggs, where Owen Lemaire made a deal He did this whole goddamn thing with Brimstone just so that he could make a deal to get that second gun. And so I knew at that moment that Owen was no longer going to be there. And I was like, okay, the third season is about Owen. That was always the plan. Well, it wasn't always the plan. It was the plan after the first episode of season 1 was that it was going to be a 3-season arc. Because in season 1, go back and watch season 1. They got a lockbox with a gun in it.
We were such idiots and stumbled on the goddamn perfect plan to ruin this guy's whole shit.
And then they buried it.
And none of us knew outdoors well enough to tell him where it was, even if tortured.
They buried the lockbox with the gun in it. And so that immediately sidelined the entire Owen Lemaire arc because those 2 drifters, later 3 with Kinsey.
I was gonna say there was somebody who was not involved with that.
Kinsey didn't even bury it. Kinsey was not there for that.
Kinsey would have been able to find it again, is the problem.
Roland and Pax buried the gun and forgot where it was, and they didn't tell Kinsey until way later. and so the whole like, does Owen Lemaire get the gun and progress his plan never was a thing in season 1 because those 2 drifters just buried a gun, and then one of them was really good at lying, and that was all it took.
Honestly, that whole season, the theme of that whole season, for as powerful as Owen is, he's not very good at being a criminal. And we were so good at being criminals.
True. So season 1 ended, and we had sprinkled some of the Owen stuff, and then season 2 had like that big important moment for Owen. So I knew season 3 was going to be a lot about Owen Lemaire. And so when I was trying to think of like how we were going to jump into that, because I didn't want to push the timeline too far forward for like what was canon in the world. And so I was like, well, there's a lot that has to do with Owen that happened 200 years ago before he died. And so that's when I started thinking like, what if this campaign, what if these were people from 222 dealing with Owen Lemaire when he was in his prime and not a like sneaky ghost man who had been killed. That's what led to that decision. And that was pretty much the moment that they finished the Brimstone, like the when they escaped Eloise and Gus from Brimstone, and I saw that event and I knew that Owen Lemaire was no longer part of that campaign. That's the moment that I started putting those wheels in. And I didn't tell anyone for a while, and I eventually I think went to Addie first. I was like, what do you think about? And then Addie was like, that sounds great. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't sound like a weird idea. And she was like, no, you should maybe do that. And then I like brought the group together and was like, this is what I'm thinking, guys. And so then all we had to do was trick all of you into thinking that maybe this was happening concurrent with everything else.
You've been tricked.
Ah. However, there's another question from 10 in the chat, which is, in what year was the Essential NPCs Manifest season set? So if you were to look up Essential NPCs, the podcast, season 9 was the premiere of Manifest as a system. And that happens in the year 425. That happens in the year 425. This the second season, the season where Owen and Leo make that deal, that happens in the year 427. So 2 years after the Manifest season on Essential NPCs. Fun note though, season 1 of this campaign took place a year prior to the Manifest season. Or sorry, to the Essential NPC season. So Roland, Pax, and Kinsey's adventure took place, or at least ended in the year 424. Actually, 400, it's more than 1 year. 420, how, hey Dan, how long was Roland the station master? Was it 1 year or 2?
I believe the term was 2 years.
So Roland was the station master for 2 years. So that actually means 422. Exactly 200 years ahead of this campaign was when campaign 1 ended. Because Roland was station master of Tobias Station for 2 years, and then the year 424, Henry took over. And then Harry took over. And then a year later, the Manifest campaign in Essential NPCs happened, which happened in the year 425. And that's when the Constance Grove mine booms. And then 2 years after that is when campaign 2 of this season starts, which is the year 427. And that is the year that is concurrent with the rule book that is coming out. That is the canon year of Manifest going into the first book. And this campaign is 200 years beforehand, in the year 222. Which, is a good 120 years after the high-speed rail finished. So, it's like a weird middle part of Manifest where, like,
Anything could happen.
anything could happen.
For those of us who knew what time we were in, I really loved the touch at the end when you were like, modern hard caliber guns look like hot garbage and they're clunky as fuck. It was like, oh, do they?
The tech hadn't made it out yet at that. This is only 200. The year 222 is only it's fewer than 70 years after the first. Or no, it's about like 70 or 80 years after the first gunslinger guilds are founded. So gunslingers have only been around for like 70 to 80 years. Like capital G gunslingers.
Capital G.
Lowercase g's been around forever.
Yeah. Lowercase g's have been around since like the year 40.
You could throw a gun as soon as they started inventing guns. In fact, they threw it first. They didn't know how it worked.
Yeah. So
And
gunslinger
then eventually
guilds,
stopped innovator.
the first guilds were founded in the year 144. There were way fewer than there were when we were talking about it in season 2. This is the year 222, when Quentin Lemaire is still alive. Which I really would quickly. How old did I say he was?
I don't know that you
You said
did.
late
I don't
40s,
think
early
he did.
50s.
Yeah.
He's 65. He looks good.
Hey, all right.
Listen, you learn to shoot a gun good, and it keeps you hot.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. That's just true on Manifest.
So yeah.
And I work for the company, so you can take my word for it.
So that's the timeline 10, and everyone else is like, okay, sure, we're going to sit back. And I'm like, let me pull up my timeline document that I have.
Y'all, the timeline document is robust.
I've
Fact.
spent a lot of time making sure to mark when things are, because at a certain point I realized I needed to write it down or I would forget the things that I had established. And filling up this timeline document is my favorite thing to do with Manifest. It's so much fun. The moment I'm like, did this happen this year? Ooh.
We have a new question.
Another set of questions from 10. How is everyone enjoying the dynamics of role-playing a family? Have you played characters in a relationship like this before? That's for you guys. I can sit back. This ain't for me.
Dan and I have played siblings multiple times.
Yeah, we played in Shadowrun Anarchy.
Mhm.
We played one session where Addie played a mage named Shadow,
Shadow.
and I played a technomancer named Porkchop.
Yep.
Was that the one where I was a rocker who liked sandwiches?
Yes, you
Yeah.
were the
Yeah.
guy. You hit people with your battle guitar.
That's right. That was fun.
When else have we played siblings? I believe you. I
Nate and
Yep.
Daisy.
played Nate and Daisy Harper, Illuminated Siblings, when we were playtesting high-level characters for Manifest.
Yeah. I feel like there's one more, but I can't think of it.
I'm blanking on it.
Yeah. Dan's played my surrogate dad a bunch, like in Star Wars.
I did that. Yeah. I've married Tommy no less than 4 times in an RPG.
God, for a second I was like, is Max gonna marry Mirabelle? Are we doing it again?
Jesus Christ, no.
I know. I was like, this isn't what's happening, but also, is this happening?
Listen, I'm not trying to fuck this preacher, okay?
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah, Max travels all of Manifest for like 10 years, and then in an afternoon's like, what if I settled down?
I don't know if I've ever been in a family with anybody. Like, no, I don't think so.
I had a
Seth and
character
I
who
have
tried
almost-
to date Seth. Does that count?
Seth and I have almost killed each other over, I believe, 2 spurs once.
Yeah, that did happen. That's like a family.
I find it sort of interesting playing a mother as, so I'm more about like a high status character, like a mom who's like a teacher and like knows shit and is competent. I don't find myself playing high status characters very often. I play like himbos.
I mean, usually when you've played, even when you've played like characters with sort of like social or status based power, they have not been all that bright.
Yeah, when I played the richest orc in his small town, it was to poke fun at the status he thought he had, and then he went to was it Never? No, Waterdeep. And he thought he was rich there, but no, he was not rich there. So like I've only used like wealth and status to make fun of wealth and status. I've never just played like a high status character at face value. So that's something I'm really interested about this campaign.
There are echoes of Kinsey and Pax in this Cleve Franny relationship. I
I can
feel
definitely
like,
see that. Yeah.
which is great.
I don't know. It's partly the family thing, but it's mostly I just played the most buttoned up character I've ever played in the history of RPGs for 50 episodes. That being able to just go from I have a bad idea, I'm doing that bad idea with no steps in between is so refreshing.
I love that for you.
I honestly think I could bicker with Addie for an entire session.
Y'all are very good at it.
Absolutely.
Dan is superb at bickering, which is why I had to cut off the Paige and Max like conversation and be like, "We're gonna cut away to." I was like, "If I don't stop this, it never will." Beautiful.
Dan and I could bullshit about a dumb meal for half an hour.
Listen, we bullshitted about dice for 22 consecutive minutes and made a podcast.
Hey, I was there too.
Addie was there also. Tommy was too.
I was around. So in the stream chat, there's another question from Lord Gizmodian. To this point, how many times has Addie been the older / responsible sibling?
All of them.
The only, I guess, like in the siblings, yes, it's always been. No, in Anarchy, neither of us were the responsible one.
Correct. Correct. We were like, yeet, and it worked.
Yeah. Anarchy has this really fun mechanic where you have like catchphrases basically.
Catchphrase.
And each of us had a catchphrase that was basically like the other one stepping in to take over the conversation.
Yeah. It was very fun.
But like to your point, when we played like Surrogate Family, I played the responsible one. Well, we both played the responsible one.
Jackson.
But Jacksmar was the one who was like,
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Jackson and Elkiri were the two responsible people on that
that was
ship.
the time we did 2 responsibles.
We did 2 responsibles.
They both were taking care of the other 2, which was the like drunkard
we were taking
captain
care
and
of each
the
other.
broken droid.
I would argue that by the end of campaign 2, Dex and Eloise are also surrogate siblings.
Yes.
I can see that.
Correct.
Yeah. Eloise had family shit that she had to deal with, and she was like, Dex, please come.
You're my brother now, except for not genetically, of course. But that doesn't matter.
Legally matters.
Yeah. So yeah. No,
Yeah,
one
it
day
is-
these kooky people will play buttoned up characters, and I will get to be the weird one. And when that day comes, no one will be prepared.
My favorite instance
I'm playing
of
your mom.
my
I
favorite
gave it a shot.
my favorite instance of Addie being forced into the responsible and straightforward role is in
Oh my god.
I believe you know what I'm going to say. Season
Yes, I do.
5, I think, of Essential NPCs. We played.
Six.
Was it 6? Season 6. Yeah, 5 was Shadowrun.
That was Apocalypse World.
Season 6 was
Or Atomic Highway.
Atomic Highway.
Highway.
And it's a very Mad Max like post-apocalyptic insane game where you have a lot of resources to make absolutely bonkers shit happen, and the players have control over the plot too. And we were playing with two of the most like crazed individuals we've ever played with, and they were playing two insane characters. One who was like a very smarmy, book learned, like vault dweller who had walked out into this post-apocalyptic world. And I think a good example of his character is he was shooting a bunch of bandits with like giant ballista, and he was like, "Go home and read a book." Yeah. And then the other one was like weird mutant who could make electricity when he was excited, and he was always excited, so he was like just blowing shit up around him, and was like a fucking like weird Harry Carey type character. And then I was Bumper, who I sort of was like, Bumper was supposed to be in a way kind of like the driving force.
But then you start talking.
Because Bumper was the driver, and he like drove this giant like bus that he had armored up, and he was all about getting people from point A to point B safely. But it very quickly became apparent that Bumper only was able to get people there safely because of Addie's character. Because Bumper was a fucking lunatic and would talk all crazy like all the time when he wanted to go real fast and make explosions happen because they look cool when you walk away from them.
Sometimes the voice decides more for your character than you think it's gonna.
Yeah.
And so Addie was
I'm believing that
Bumper's
right now.
traveling companion, who was just
She
like
was supposed to be like hilarious, like himbo Thor-ish character.
Yeah.
And then all of them were so crazy and spoke first. And I was like, this season will be intolerable if I don't do something about it.
Addie in the first episode adjusted her character to be someone, the one who doesn't like the very Western trope of like the person who says the least is the most powerful, and it was just like her character would be like, yep. and like every once in a while, like Bumper would be like, "What do you think?" And she'd be like, "I can go over there if you want." And then she'd just go murder a bunch of people for Bumper, and he'd be like, "All right, it worked." So that was like Addie fully made a character that was supposed to fit the world and be a fucking lunatic, and instead the rest of us went twice as hard, and she had to dial it back again.
I did just remember another time where Addie got to play a not buttoned up character, and it is also an example of when I play a high status character as a low status character, which is we played a couple sessions of the Expanse RPG.
God, yes.
and I play like the owner of our ship, who's just like trying to get us jobs, trying to keep us flying, trying to make money, and the rest of these idiots are like belters who just like are shooting people in bars and then calling me and being like, "Hey, we shot a guy."
To be fair, I didn't call you to say that. I was shouting it as I was being carried through the halls of the space station we were on.
Right. They just get in bar fights, and I'm like off networking.
Yes. I agree, 10. Zodra did have a level of hilarity that was built off of that brevity. Addie found the moments, and she fucking nailed them. Like, there was like
you let people have their fun.
Yeah, it was like to the bartender. The bartender was like, "I don't know, I don't really dig it." And then like Zodra just turned and was like, "You're a bartender. You're supposed to let people have their fun. Get it together." Like this moment where Zodra was like, let them live. This character who by like observation would hate it if somebody was like enjoying life, but actually is like, I don't enjoy life so that they can. And you're a bartender and you're supposed to do that. Fuck you. You're a bad guy. My favorite, it's my favorite moment in Essential NPC's history. If we have any artists in the chat, the thing I absolutely want to see built into a comic book panel scene is the end of season 6, where I won't spoil in case anyone goes to watch it, but Zodra, we find a sniper rifle, a mythical weapon of the before times, and Zodra goes up on a tower and this big bad person is sitting there having a whole conversation, and then I give her the signal to take the shot. It's a really I like dance. I do a dance off thing. And then it cuts back to Zodra, who she has the guy in the sights, has the entire time, sees me dancing around like a lunatic, realizes that's the signal, and then in that brief moment, to herself, no one around at all. She's alone at the top of this tower, to herself with this mythical weapon that is a sniper rifle. She says the words, kapow, right before she pulls the trigger. And to me, it's just like the most beautiful self-indulgence of a buttoned up character. Like, I love it so much, and I can see it in like comic book frames so much, like the moment it happened. So anyone, if any of you want to do that, post it in the Discord, or just like message me, email us, manifesttherpg@gmail.com. That's my favorite thing. Okay, we have nothing else in the chat. We have no other questions. We have nothing in the Discord. It is quite late. We went a little late because obviously we were very excited to be back, but we're all very tired
because of the trick.
So we are going to call it here tonight. We are going to be back on, it's so good to say those words. We're going to be back on next week, Wednesday, the 25th, because we moved to Wednesday. Thank you all for being here on a Wednesday also.
There's so many of you here for Wednesday. Thank you.
Absolutely huge. We were really, really concerned about moving from Tuesday to Wednesday, but Wednesday will open up a lot of doors for us scheduling wise when it comes to us as well as guests. So thank you all so much. We're going to be back on Wednesday the 25th to pick up episode 2 of campaign 3. We'll see what Quentin Lemaire has in store for our 4 characters. And just so that you all can hold me honest before we drop out, players and chat alike, remind me to walk through what everyone's advancement triggers are when we move into the next episode. We'll start it off with that. Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Tommy, you can't end the stream just yet. You got to tell the people what the name of Seth's new song is.
Oh, they're going to see it here on the outro screen.
Oh, okay, good.
The name of the song that introduced us to this campaign and will now exit us out of this episode. That is a song written by Seth that you all made happen by reaching the bits goal. And that song is called The Guns of Quentin Lemaire. And with that,
banger.
Enjoy The Guns of Quentin Lemaire by our very own Seth Lilly. And we'll see you all next week. Bye-bye. We love you all. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye.